All right. Is that it? Is it now in 1080?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So now we'll actually be streaming in 1080. I've been thinking I've been streaming in 1080 this whole time. Who fucking
No.
knew? There's too much to do in these damn softwares. Why don't they make it simpler? Because if they did, everybody would do it. So now let's try this again. Move it over to the small monitor. It's going to make me do a little moving. This over a little bit. Is that better or worse?
Looks alright, honestly. When I full screen it has the issue, but the standard viewing window is perfectly fine for me.
So if I move it back over to here, better?
Give it a moment. It still looks the exact same.
Leave it here. Okay. Save bandwidth. Resize it again. This is some of the photos are going to be a little lighter. So I'm trying to make sure that they'll be visible too. So that's about the best we're going to get with it. Back up here at the top. All right. So now that we've got it running properly, this was the first image that I uploaded. I don't know if it's the first one I actually took, but this is the first one I uploaded from the road trip. I was stopped in, well, Santiam. I just thought it was weird. They have this giant orange sign that looks like it's meant to be a billboard, but then they put fucking, there's nothing on it. Just dirt, whatever other nasty truck stop stuff. It was a nice little road trip. Don't get me wrong. This, however, was one of the highlights of my entire experience on the West Coast. This is Del Taco. And I know what you're saying. Aren't those noodles? Yes, it's a taco place that serves ramen. And the meat in there is birria, which is delightful. It is spicy as hell, cilantro as hell, limey. It's just, oh, it's actually amazing Mexican ramen. And it's phenomenal. It was so good, I took multiple photos. Trying to give context for size. Then this was a funny little mug I saw that looks like a bong, but it's not. This is not functional. It'd be hilarious though. Could you imagine ripping a bong through your fucking coffee? It'd certainly wake you up, I'm sure. Now, the difficult part with this is that even on my screen, until I zoom in, I can't actually read the text. But once you read it, like zoom in a bit, it becomes much more readable. And it may be more readable on you guys' end than it is on mine, or less. I'm not sure. Because on my OBS window, it does not look good, but it's also smaller on the OBS window. But there's all kinds of these throughout it where I took pictures of these infographics that have all this interesting history and stuff like that. Yeah. Guess I should read them for those that can't see it, or if the quality's not good. Like if you're on mobile, this might not be see. So I guess I'll read. So left here. Better yet, we'll start at the top and work way down. A glimpse of Native Americans of the Rogue Valley. I don't know how to pronounce that. You know, the one thing that I hate when people put a word that is not standard or that's from another language is that they don't put a phonetic spelling after it. Most people, if they're going to do this and they're going to introduce a new word to you, they're going to put in parentheses instead of just this. They would put the phonetic spelling, which actually allows you to pronounce it correctly. So, I think that's Tutuni. Not sure. Correct me.
Okay, since you don't really need me right now, I'm gonna head off because I am actually getting tired now.
All right, I'm gonna do this, and then at some point I'll probably either play some Pow World or something and work on my solo, or I'll figure something out.
It's not like I can play a Power World right now, and it's not like I have actually a lot of things I can do.
Yeah, I mean it do be that way. There is something else I want to test later though. When we
Okay.
eventually can, because I want to hop on the server again, and I want to start a new world for a couple of seconds. Because I want to see if we both stay on separate guilds, if we can build separate PAL bases. Because if you could imagine 32 different people building bases,
Yes, that's how it's programmed to do.
God, that would be so chaotic, though. And would you be able to attack each other's bases? Is that how that works?
Soon they're going to be adding PvP, which is basically the Lust PvP
Oof,
mode, which is basically laid in the bases
gross.
and stealing resources.
Gross. Very gross. I don't think this game needs PvP. Not every game needs PvP. But it is
But anyway,
cool.
I'm gonna head off, finish my video, and then go to bed.
Okay, I am going to do this for a while.
Catch you
It's
later.
a lot. See you later. All right. So, as I was saying, Tatuni, also called Rogue in parentheses, is the name of a Native American group originally located in southwestern Oregon. Whoops. I had to scroll with my scroll wheel. It's, not going to work in this case. Tatuni is not a single tribe, but a conglomerate of many affiliated and related tribal groups. The total estimated population of these tribes in 1850 was about 9,500. After the Rogue River Wars, which is a really cool name for a war, or a series of wars, in 1856, bands of the Rogue Indians were relocated to either the Siletz Indian Reservation or the Grand Ronde Indian Reservation. Some of the tribal members were never captured and were forced to. I don't know about forced to wander. I'd say that they probably had, more freedom. They make it sound like it was a bad thing that they were out there. I don't know. Personally, me, I would rather not be relegated to a small patch of land that's not my own. All that. Uh, each their own, I suppose. It's probably good and bad on both sides. Then it has some famous folks here. One on the left here is Tai John, chief of the Shasta on Rogue River. A long time ago, we made a treaty with Palmer, the 1854 U.S. Superintendent of Indian Affairs. There was a piece of land at Table Rock that was ours. He said that it should remain ours. But for the sake of peace, as the white settlers were bad, we would leave it for a while. When we signed the paper, that was our understanding. Now we want to go back to that country. George Harney, first elected chief of Siletz. George Harney, Grandma Aggie's grandfather, known as Olhatha. Forehead with hair, I guess is what that translates to. That kind of a way of saying man had a big forehead. I mean, that's not that bad. I mean, really, some nice hair, actually. I don't know. In the lineage of Takoma chiefs, he was 19 years old when he walked the Trail of Tears in 1856, which, by the way, if you know much about history, especially Native American history, was abominable. Like, there's not much more to be said about it other than it was just a horrible occurrence and never should have happened. By 1870, he had earned the respect of enough people to be elected the first chief of the approximately 2,000 residents of the reservation. So you can read a little better. It was further. Indian Mary, Mary's father. Umpka Joe operated a ferry for the local miners. When Joe died in 1886, Mary stayed on the property and continued to operate the ferry. Eventually, he leased the property to the local stage line and moved to Grants Pass. The property was purchased by Josephine County in 1958 and converted into what is now known as Indian Mary Park. You know, yurts are underappreciated because that can actually be quite comfortable depending on the yurt. Here you can see sort of a road map. I think that's I-5, if memory serves me. They've got Jenny, whose Indian name was possibly. Wow, it's sad that we don't know that. It's actually really sad knowing their proper name. Oscar Washa? Washa? Again, I wish more people would put phonetic pronunciation so that you pronounce things properly. It's just a pet peeve. Died in 1893. It's sad that they start there. She grew up near Table Rock, and she made the beautiful beaded robe in which she posed for this photograph by noted Jacksonville, Oregon photographers Peter Britton's son. Jenny was buried in the robe, which weighed nearly 50 pounds and was trimmed in the costly, elaborate. I mean, look at it. It's actually, you can tell it's handmade, but it looks gorgeous. You can see the fine beadwork. This is the farthest I can zoom in. I've always liked beadwork like that when it comes to clothes. I think it looks fantastic, personally. Coyote is the trickster figure of the Takoma tribe. Stories range from light-hearted tales of mischief and buffoonery, more serious legends about the nature of the world, animal, plants, rocks, whether all spiritual. I love that he looks so damn devious in this. They just picked this most really looking face, and I love it. Look at this. Coyotes are a problem in a lot of ways. Like, ecologically, they're a terror. Because we killed their really only other serious major predators off. We've chased out all the mountain lions and the wolves, and we've killed them all. And now there's no one to stop the coyotes and keep them in check except for us, which is terribly sad. We've done a terrible job with the environment, and we should be ashamed. And as a conservationist, it upsets me. Actually, a lovely shawl, I would call that. Robe? Shawl? Agnes Emma Baker Pilgrim. That's a name. Grants Pass, Oregon. Grandma Aggie, as she is affectionately known, is the oldest member of her tribe, Takum. She is also the granddaughter of the first elected chief of the Confederate Tribes of the Silets, George Harney. Grandma Aggie was elected chairperson of the International Council of 13 Indigenous Grandmothers at its founding in 2000. The council has been active in protecting indigenous rights and medicines and promoting ancient wisdom. He has been honored as a living treasure by the Confederate Tribes of Silets, and a living cultural legend by the Eco Trust. Due to Pilgrim's contribution in returning the salmon ceremony to the Rogue River, she is known worldwide as the keeper of the sacred salmon ceremony. That's kind of cool, actually. And I love salmon. I think they are delicious fish. I think they're really cool fish. Oh, they're delightful, really. The tacomas, or dagamas, or one of the tribes who inhabited the Rogue River watershed. Both men and women tattooed themselves, and the women often accompanied the men to war. Ceremonies to ensure renewal of food resources were focused on the two main foods of the taco, the acorn and the salmon. The object of ceremonies was to ensure the return of large populations of spawning salmon and abundant acorn crops. Honestly, that's something that most people don't realize, is that acorns are edible. I didn't realize it until I started watching this one YouTube channel that I think originally started as a TikTok channel. Um, what was the name? Oh, the Black Forager, I think is the name. Have to look it up. But she is very fun. She's very I adore her. And quite frankly, tattoos have been a cultural thing for millennia, and it's incredible. We actually have looked at the original way, the tap and poke method for tattoos that was done for years and years and years and years. What I want to know is who the first person to figure it out was. Because it's such a worldwide spread phenomenon, there must be multiple. Because it can't possibly have all come from one spot. Because who figured out that if you get stabbed with a sharp pointy implement containing dyes and or charcoal or various other things that are colored, that it not only stays in there, but you can do it in artistic patterns. I think that it is very fascinating, and perhaps sometime I will end up Googling the origin tattoos, because I'm sure it's debated and contested topic. Zoom in, let it unpixify itself far enough. Could you that probably, yeah. This here is Grants Pass. This is some historical information about the town that I was near, I believe. The G Street Bar and Grill. You can't really see the picture very well because of the glare, but I couldn't take a photo that showed everything without glare because of the way they did the lighting there. It was pretty bad. Looks like it's located at 125 Southeast Grant Street or G Street. I'm guessing that's what that stands for because there's a lot of Grant Streets. George Hanson constructed this two-story brick building in 1911. Hey, 1911. Not for a lot of people. Some. Everybody loves the 1911 handgun. A moving picture theater was established at the building, but 10 years later, the Owl Club, that sounds kind of cool, was opened. Now at the G Street Bar and Grill, you will find burgers made with Oregon natural beef, sandwiches with free-range chicken, and a scrumptious sushi bar. Ooh, you know what? I fucks with a sushi bar. I love sushi. Best place to see live music and dance in the Rogue Valley. I believe it. Honestly, I love old architecture. And you can't see it very good in the photos, but I mean, just look at this. They don't build buildings this aesthetic and pretty anymore. Because like the modern aesthetic's all like sleek and edgy, and it's no good. Where's the art in building anymore? You know? Like I get that not all of these buildings are the most structurally sound thing in the world, but it shouldn't be all about, you know, function either. I think we can have both. We have such varied and varietal um, building methods that we can use, safety methods and architectural methods, that I think we can make things that look good and function good without sacrificing on either side. And I miss the days that architecture like that, because it took forever to build, sure. Because I mean, things take a long time now. They didn't used to some places, and they take longer in others. I don't know if you guys necessarily care about most of this, but I thought it was fascinating. And believe it or not, I didn't actually read most of this while I was standing there. I took the images because I was in a hurry. Figured I'll read these later. So this is actually my first time also going through this. I find a lot of it really interesting. Now, not everybody's going to. That's okay. You don't have brewery. But I think it's fascinating information. All these different historical places, fun little places to eat. And you know this is a cause near and dear to my heart. Tribute to the armed forces that have defended the United States of America. Because, you know, they're people that deserve to be remembered, not taken for granted. And this is the first video of the excursion. This was my first night after leaving Seattle. I left in the evening, so I mean, technically it was all still one night. But I traveled for about 12 hours, I want to say. 8 to 12 hours at least. I mean, it was a decent little stretch to start with. I went um some here somewhere here got photos of the route that I took. We'll get to all of this later, don't you worry. Go over every single thing. Just trying to find the route. I have it here somewhere. I took pictures of it. I think I uploaded them near the end. Some of the brochures and stuff I picked up. Where's the map? I know I uploaded it. At least I think I did. I swear I did. Maybe I didn't. I swear that I uploaded. Yeah, I did. Let's go here. I'm going to create a new tab. And here is Pittsburgh. Then go to, it's over here. Is it? Here it is. Fine. And then we go back a week or two. No, it's been longer than that now. Month. Skip. Here it is. Left in 2023, arrived in 2024. So I guess you could say that this road trip took a whole year pending. Month of December. '29th, maybe. And yeah. So here's how I handled the road trip. So we start up here, and from here we go all the way south to Del Taco, where I picked up my first meal. Right. Then I drive down past Tacoma, straight down this road, all the way to Olympia. Headed further south to the first rest area we stopped at for a little bit to stretch. And it's beautiful country. Satellite images. I show the satellite images. There we go. Okay, so this will give you a better idea of terrain. So we go south to here. Go this rest area down south here. Check what this town was. Have to switch back. Portland. That's Portland. There really wasn't much to see in Portland, quite frankly. So I continued straight through. And down through Salem. And I just kept driving because I said, to hell with this. I don't want to be in this state. Because there's nothing to see in Oregon aside from Astoria, Oregon. And even that is like, eh. So I went straight south down. Now, I didn't know I'd have to come back up through here to get to the redwoods. So I thought for sure there'd be a way through here somehow. Maybe some back roads or something, but there's not. So I came down here, went all the way down here to this Econo Lodge, right? I stayed here. It was great. It's a nice little spot in this tiny little town that feels like you're in like the Old West. Because this place is so small and out there that there was basically nothing to do. I rolled in, it was late as hell. I had to beg the people to let me have a hotel room because I needed sleep and I needed it bad. And I had to pay a little bit extra for the trouble, but they let me have it, which I'm grateful for. Then I asked them where the redwoods were. From there, I knew because I knew they were west, but um, I asked like the best way to get there, and they were like, "Oh, we don't have those here." I was like, "Okay, thank you." And then I had to head up all the way back through here, back to Grants Pass, and then back down the other side. If I had known in advance that I was going to have to do that, I probably would have just come down here to start with and stopped in Crescent City or something. From there, get to see some of the prettiest country in the country. Zoom. Can't really see from the top how big some of they are. But I came down through here and saw the Redwood State Parks. Now, along here, there's a good couple of places to stop and take a view. You'll see some of the photos and stuff of that here shortly. Snooze that ad break just for a few moments here while I through this. I'll let it, and I'll wait, guys. So we hit the Redwood National State Parks, and this place is out of this world. But I will tell you, the hardest part of this journey was probably this stretch of road here. It was a little rough to drive through. Was it late in the day? It was starting to get dark. There's no lights out there. You're in the mountains. You're driving through some windy territory. See if I can find a good stretch here. Try and go. You end up on a lot of this really rural stretches of mountain road. You are swinging and winding through some of the steeper areas, and you'll just come around a corner and there'll just be an open pass before you, and you get to see this gorgeous view. And I might actually go on a street view tour of sorts. Almost like playing GeoGuessr a little later. And you go down through here, and I stopped at this little store. And this store is cute. It's in the middle of nowhere. There's a I mean, it's literally nowhere because the nearest civilization is Crescent, and this doesn't look far, but it's pretty far. probably a good 45-minute drive, honestly. Once you actually get into the speed and the slowness that you have to go through the mountains. All of these little green lines are like hiking trails and stuff. Um, I ended up getting a couple of small souvenirs there, I think. And I just blew right through Crescent City. I thought about backtracking to just stay here for the night because the original plan, because I thought this would be a little bit closer, was to go back here and sleep one more time because they made me pay for the whole day anyway. But I never ended up being able to go back to Econo Lodge because it was too damn far, and on top of that, it ended up being really dark by the time I finally got over here because I left late in the day because I slept till pretty late. I was exhausted and I needed the sleep. You'll see later. There is a video. That's what we're about to get to in a minute here of that hotel room. I've always liked Econo Lodges because they're cheap, they're easy, they're effective. They do the job, and they're usually clean, safe to stay in, all that good stuff. This little typing cursor pops up like every, but it does. But Plymouth was probably one of the prettier little towns you can drive through. There's not a whole shitload of a lot there, but it was really pretty. And there's this beautiful, 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 beautiful overlook, which you'll probably see on this next day, right here. I did a lot of driving. I did some backtracking because I got to the Prairie Creek Visitor Center, realized, well, fuck, it's late, nobody's open. What the shit am I gonna do? Spent pretty much the entire night just chilling. Then I ended up coming all the way down a ways to sleep. Let's see, what's that? 4? Yeah, here it is. So I ended up coming down here, sleep at the Super 8, because it was the nearest place. I had to drive all this way down here. Finally found a place that was open and had a room. Get a room, get some sleep. It was rough sleep because it was not the nicest hotel. And the people were loud and boisterous. It was a eh kind of a stay, but it filled the gap, did what I needed, good enough. Then the next day I backtracked from there back up here, and I went to, I don't remember which one I did first. I think I went here first to the Prairie Creek Visitor Center again because I decided, you know what, this place looks really pretty. I think it's going to be really worth coming back in the day. I was right, and you'll get to see some video of that later. Then from there I went up to the Klamath River Overlook, which you'll also get to see in years later. And that was a gorgeous overlook, by the way. It was. I sat there for probably a lot longer than I should have, just enjoying the view, um, and the water, and it was. I made like a whole bunch of phone calls to friends and family to show them via video call, like, "Hey, this is the Pacific Big Wet Ocean." Like it's gorgeous. And I came back down, and I went to a bunch of different. I know it says I went like all the way up here, but it's exaggerating. But there's not a straight road there. So it's just registering that I was in the Redwood National State Parks, because I was. But Big Tree is gorgeous. It's a good, gorgeous little spot to stop. If I'd have had time, I'd have loved to go up and circle through some of these trails, especially Cathedral Trees Trail, because quite frankly, it was. I went up and walked a little bit of it. I probably walked like here, the furthest. I didn't walk very far. I didn't want to spend too long there because there was still so much more I wanted to see in that day, and I woke up a little later than I probably should have to do so. There's also a really nice little trail down here that you'll see us go through. So from here, go back, go down through here, over here, then down here, all the way to the camp further down this on this trail. Then I circled back and hit the Revelation. Which, by the way, gorgeous. We're gonna see it. It's gonna be ads in about 30 seconds because I can't snooze it anymore. So I'm gonna let those play. Give you guys a to suffer through those, and then I will show you more of this trip, just to give you some context of places we went, things we saw, things we did, all that good shit. And now we wait for the ads, for the ads, for the ads. Now we wait for the and you people on YouTube are waiting. Pour myself another glass of tea. You know what? This tea is slapping tonight. Been a long time. I'm not a huge Turner's guy myself. I'm more of a Snyder's fan. But Turner's, it do slap sometimes, and right now it slap. If you've never had Turner's tea, this one's just for the people that aren't stuck on the ad break. It is a local brand that some people are very fanatical about. For Pittsburgh. And it is a wonderful tea. Don't get me wrong. They are a little more lemony than I like, and a little sweeter than they really need to. It kind of is so sweet that it covers up the taste of the tea itself at all, which is my only real problem with Turner's. That's why I like Snyder's, because you can actually taste the tea a bit. Even in their sweetest sweet tea, it still tastes like tea. All right. Just a few more seconds for that ad break. Another 35 seconds or so. That way nobody misses out. Although they missed out on a little bit of, I guess, just this little discussion we just had about it's marvelous, by the way. Two, 6 more seconds, 4 more seconds, more seconds, second, 5. There we go. Welcome back from the ad break. All right, so went from here up to the big tree, and then went from big tree down through the Redwood Highway, which, by the way, gorgeous place to drive. It's just some of the most beautiful country. I want to go back so bad because it was so pretty. Some of these little towns that it talks about, you don't even notice driving through them. They're little blips. There's just a couple buildings, like a shack or two. You'll see this part of the drive here where I stopped and took the video and photo of the beach. Then I continued on south again. Got to this vista point. Take a look from McKinleyville here. And I went straight south again. And this was not a terrible stretch of road either. This little bit of like civilization here is kind of nice. It's quaint. Reminded me of a beach town on the East Coast, only just different. Because it's the West Coast. Uh, really not much else to see for a little while. You get through all these little towns until you get down here. Don't get me wrong, there's tons of gorgeous trees and stuff. I mean, look at the satellite. You're driving through really pretty territory. Like, absolutely gorgeous territory. But you get down here, and this was one of my more favorite sections that I was looking forward to seeing, because this is the one that most people think about when they think about the California redwoods, they don't really think about Prairie Creek. But really, this place is less nice, in my opinion, than the Prairie Creek one. So if you're ever going to go to the redwoods, my recommendation, spend your time here. Prairie Creek is much nicer, in my opinion, having seen both. Because this is called the Avenue of Giants. It's supposed to be some of the oldest old growth there is, but I don't know. Something magic about Prairie Creek, man. That place just it has it. It slaps. And maybe if I'd have gone over here and gone exploring down through here, I'd feel different. But I didn't. I got here pretty late because the idea was to drive down here and explore this before it got dark. But again, I left kind of late because I slept kind of late because I was absolutely knocked down, drag out, exhausted. Um, 'Cause it's hard to drive a lot of this. It's not easy because I was expecting it to take, you know, hour, 2 hours, 3 hours tops to get from up and so I thought I was recording the first time when I did this. I was not. Got myself a little hotel room at the Econo Lodge that I was going to. Got myself a little TV, a little microwave, a little mini fridge, a little heater cheesing. Testing one, two, test, test. Okay, I'm guessing what happened is that getting the issues sorted earlier which involved a little bit of TeamViewer help. Um, when TeamViewer closed, it probably fucked my audio. So I've been sitting here for an unknown amount of time, talking to myself, taking you on the guide through this entire trip, and I don't know what any of you heard. I don't know how long it's been fucked. Um, sorry about that. Um, brief recap that I was talking about here. um, and I will keep it as brief as possible. Oregon Bat, Eureka Quaint, Klamath River really pretty. My favorite Redwood State Park that I went through is Prairie Creek. Recommend it highly. Could not talk about it enough. Absolutely gorgeous. 10 out of 10. Super 8 by Wyndham, kind of shit. Did not enjoy it. You'll see all the videos and stuff from here. You'll see the beach videos from here because I took those, I think, first on my way back up. I don't remember if I took any video here. Super 8 sucked. I don't even remember if I took a video of the. I took a video of a couple of them. Ow. Not really much else to see till you get down to Humboldt. Lots of nice, pretty road. Really good stretch of road. You'll see. I think I took a video along there somewhere. Very carefully. Humboldt, like there's some really big trees. Cool to see. I'm glad I stopped. Not my favorite. You'll see videos of me here at this particular visitor center later where I'm talking about how it's dark and you shouldn't do what I'm doing because what I'm doing is stupid. I still think it's stupid, but I also knew what I was doing and it really, I promise you, because recording it on my phone, it looked a lot darker on the phone than it actually looked in person, I promise. It's one of the downsides of the Google Pixel. They're not very good at picking up low light. They're really bad at it. So I did what I could to try and make it as visible as possible for you guys to be able to see. Because I was pretty sure I'd probably show some of this on stream at some point, but I might not have. I don't know. So yeah, fun times. Audio's been fucked. Sorry about that. I don't want to take you guys back through the long stretch here because I don't even remember half of what I said, and kind of not much to talk about other than, you know, I was stupid and came down here to Eureka, which was a quaint little town, but I didn't realize you couldn't just hop across to here. That didn't occur to me. So I ended up having to go all the way back up and around. And it sucked. And I also wasted a bit of money on the hotel room. Because I technically had this for like another day because of the way I had to pay for it. I just never ended up getting able to come back. But this was nice. This Super 8 sucked so much. It was loud, it was dirty. You'll see. I mean, it wasn't like filthy, but it was like you could tell it was not the nicest hotel. It was cheap. But that's really about the entire point of the place. And this is also really pretty. Look at the satellite images. You can see this is thick, old growth forest. And it's like you're driving through trees, baby. It's worth it. It's still really pretty to see. But as you're going down this entire drive, you're just going through just trees. Lots and lots of trees. Really beautiful trees. Don't get me wrong. Loved every stretch of it. Definitely want to go back. Although I think I will spend a lot more time up than I would down. There's still a couple things I'd like to go see down here because I didn't get to do a lot of the touristy shit because some of it's closed because it was the off season because it was December. Still really pretty though. Prairie Creek, I am going to spend. I am eventually going back to Prairie Creek one way or another because it was gorgeous there, and I want to see so much more. I want to do so much hiking and exploring. I want to take like an entire week or a month and just spend it here, just living life, just going through the woods, hiking, seeing shit. Like I want to do a lot. Um, so Humboldt here kind of sucked. It was kind of a letdown. One of the major things that I wanted to see while I was here was one of those trees that you can drive your car through, like they show in a lot of the old movies. Kind of neat. There's a couple of them, believe it or not. There's more than a few, which I'm actually angry about because that means that a bunch of people decided to, cut a beautiful tree open and be like, oh, hey, you can drive through it. It was bad enough they did it to one, let alone multiple, and that it was a tourist trap. But it was so late in the day, the place was closed. I didn't have any cash because you had to pay to drive through it, which is a whole nother bitch. So the place that you actually turn in here, and you might even see some video because I don't remember if I was taking, but you turn in here and you're supposed to go back here, and then back here is the drive-through tree somewhere. But you're supposed to pay at the little gate here, and I didn't have any money, so I was like, I'm not doing it. Even if I had the cash, I don't think I'd have done it. Honestly, it was just really shitty tourist trap. It's not worth stopping at. So then I went down, ended up driving through all this back ass loop here, trying to find the goddamn thing because it's late at night. It's really dark and the signage is poor. So when you first turn in, you don't notice that it's over here. Um, so I ended up thinking that I was going to find it all the way back here, and I ended up having to drive through all this windy, pothole infested shit. Then I came back out, started back on my journey, and I went south. This was a fun stretch of road to drive, by the way. It looks cool, but it's actually really cool to drive. It's really pretty, scenic, get to see a lot. Ended up all the way down here where I got some gas, and then I headed south. And this is a really pretty river, by the way. You see a lot of it on the drive, and it is your present companion. Love it. And it went all the way down through the northern part of California. I didn't really stop again until I get all the way to my favorite hotel, by the way, of the entire trip, which was this one. I actually really was very happy with this place. It was nice. I would love to have stayed there for maybe even a few days. It was a really gorgeous little hotel, and it was really fairly priced for what you get. It's adorable. Go on the satellite. Show you. So you, it was a little confusing to find the entrance point because you have to come down off of here and you're like, where's the hotel? Because you don't see what looks like a hotel. You turn back here because this is like a warehouse and you're like, I don't know, this is getting sketchy. But then you turn in here and you see this lovely gate, little area here, and you're like, oh, that's really nice. I didn't even know they had a pool, by the way. The entire time I was there, I didn't know. There's a little restaurant here, and the hotel is attached. Plus, the hotel had its own facility inside too. They give you a map to find your room because you have to drive back their parking lot to find where you're staying. I was right back here, this backmost unit, or one of them. I actually still have the map. It's probably in the images somewhere. Now, this next stretch here was my next favorite part because I got to drive from here, which looks a lot further than it is. It's really not that far to drive. But I drove all the way down past San Quentin. And here's where I spent a good portion of my day. So, right here is a stretch of road. It's a tunnel. Or right here. And this is the Robin Williams Memorial Tunnel, which is really very pretty for a tunnel. I mean, only so pretty a tunnel can be, but that was a really nice tunnel. Then I drove down through it because I didn't know it was there at first. And I come out the other side and I'm like, oh, I have to go back up. I have to. After I did my little thing here with the sight point, I was like, you know what? I have to go back up through it and get video footage of me coming down through the tunnel just so I can show people later because this was a really gorgeous the way it just opens up. It reminded me of when you first get to Pittsburgh. A lot of people will hit Pittsburgh, they'll come down the road, they'll go through the Liberty tunnels because it's one of the more popular ways to enter town, especially from Pittsburgh International Airport. And you drive through it, and it just the view explodes in front of you. Just this expansive view of the city that's right there. You're going across a bridge right on the other side of the tunnel. It's gorgeous. It's breathtaking. Well, I always take people that route come into Pittsburgh if I pick them up at the airport or something because it's just mind blowing. But I spent a lot of time here. I went up into the hills here, took pictures. You'll see a lot of that later. And then I actually drove across the Golden Gate Bridge. I saw Alcatraz from here, and there's some images of that. It's surprisingly closer to land than I thought it'd be because people are always like, oh, nobody'd ever be able to swim that. I've seen people swim further distances for fun. Like, shit, it's an ad break. Again. Sorry. Do 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 do. Waiting for the ads so people can experience on live stream. Da, da, da. Screw it. Just gonna keep talking. So I actually ended up going across the bridge. Then I came up here. So I wanted to see the bridge from both sides. I probably should have gone over here because I think you'd have a better view from here than I ended up having from here. Because this was really, really just choked out by tourists, and you couldn't see much because you're directly in line with the bridge, so you really couldn't see that well from this side. And then I went over here through town, just on the edge of San Fran, which it wasn't as bad as people make it out to be, but it wasn't like nice. I mean, realistic. Like it had some really nice architecture. Since the Chinese dictator came through not too long ago, they had cleaned up a lot of the human waste and other things along the main, drags. So it wasn't like as filthy as people lead on, and they're like, describing. So I got to see it while it was clean, at least. Can't guarantee it'll be clean if anybody else goes to visit. Welcome back from that break. So then I went down through here. Now, the part it doesn't show very well is that I intentionally, on this journey, took myself to Lombard Street, which it doesn't show well on here, but if you go on the satellite, go up Lombard, and there's some video of me doing this. You get to the windy part of Lombard. Somewhere. Might not show up on. Somewhere along here was the really nice stretch of Lombard. There it is. Where you actually go down the famous little crooked street. And honestly, these turns feel a lot tighter in person than they look from the air. But I intentionally wanted to drive down the street just to drive down it. It was worth it. It was really nice. Then you go across the Bay Bridge, which is magnificent, by the way. Honestly, this bridge is a little more impressive in my mind than the Golden Gate. Like, yeah, the Golden Gate's the one that people come to see, but in terms of the actual size, this is a bigger bridge. It's not as tall, but you can see the short distance that the Golden Gate actually covers is not that much. And I always thought the Golden Gate went from like east to west instead of north to south. Anybody else think that? Because I thought that. I didn't know it went north to south. They didn't teach me that in geography class or anything.
I always thought it went east to west, and I thought it was the only way to get to San Francisco from like over here. But no, the Bay Bridge is actually the one that does that, and it's like easily twice the length, probably closer to three, because the actual bridge connects here. Because it's a bridge even across all of this still, because it's still coming down the slope, kind of. And you're on like a highway overpass until you hit about here. So really, you're going from about here to down here. It is a lot bigger and a lot more impressive. And quite frankly, for that matter, go over here on the map so I can see. Show you the biggest bridge that I'd been across before that, which I believe is here. I think this is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. No, not the Chesapeake. Is it? And that might be the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. Or is it here? Oh, and by the way, the blue water is a substitute image. It's like a placeholder. It's like the fog of war in a video game. These aren't actual images. This is all fake. Is how that ends up working. Because it actually looks more green like this. You zoom in real close, you can see where it sort of comes, that weird substitute image. I've always thought it was weird. But the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. No, maybe it's not this. Oh, that's the tunnel that goes under the bay. Maybe. I don't remember. But that before this trip was probably the biggest bridge I'd ever been on. And you can see that wherever the fuck it is over here. I know I've driven across it before. I'm not the best geography guy. So I've driven across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, and that was beforehand the biggest. Now the biggest bridge I've ever been on, by far, like it's not even close, was the Bay Bridge in San Francisco. I think it's bigger than the Chesapeake Bay Bridge personally. It took longer to get across. I feel like it was higher up even. It was just a much more impressive bridge. This was actually more impressive as a feat of engineering, in my opinion, than Golden Gate. Golden Gate is older. It was built different. And it's a gorgeous bridge. And something else I didn't know is that there's a toll to drive across it. You actually have to pay to drive across the Golden Gate Bridge. I still have to pay the toll because I'm waiting for the letter to arrive because they just mail it to you. There's no toll booth. You just they take like a picture, I imagine, of your license plate or have like a license plate reader on the bridge and it just reads your license plate and sends the thing. But because my license plate is from Washington, it originally would have sent the toll up to Washington in Seattle. And since I'm not there, it would have to then forward it to me. And then I'll be able to eventually pay it. And I'm more than happy to do so. Quite frankly, it was worth it to drive across the bridge. And I think the toll is only like $6 anyway. Is what it said on the signs, at least, I think. But it was really cool. Then you get across the Bay Bridge, which I may or may not have video of. I don't recall. So we'll see that part next. Then you hit just what's essentially farmland and desert. This was just a tiny little gas station. Now, this is the part where it starts getting weird. Sorry about that. From about here, through the entire trip, south, through this entire stretch, all of it was just fog. Thick, soupy, gloopy fog that you could not see through. I couldn't see anything. It was dark. It was late. By the time I was crossing the Bay Bridge, it was completely nighttime. and it was dark out, and I was driving through San Francisco in the middle of the night. It was weird. I also couldn't find postcards in San Francisco. I looked everywhere that I stopped, and I couldn't find them. So then I hit through here. I had to stop here for a little bit because I was just needed to take my mind off the fog for a little bit. So I stopped to get a snack and stretch, get some gas. Stopped here to stretch. And this part of the country, what little I could see in between the bouts of fog, because until you hit the next stretch of this journey, this part is where it gets weird because it didn't register my drive. So I drove from here straight through here. I drove straight up to here, straight through this little stretch here. I stayed here in Prim. It didn't register for whatever reason, anything past this point. I'm not sure why, but the Google timeline doesn't include it. So I drove down through Barstow to Yermo to Baker to Prim. And that's why it goes straight to here. This is where I ended up staying. I was very disappointed in this place. I do not recommend people stay there. I'm still very disappointed. I'll show you the Google review. I tore them apart a little bit. I was very honest, but I was very firm. I stayed here for 2 days. I was just beat from the drive. To get here, I thought about going to visit Good Springs. I kind of wanted to, but I didn't end up doing it because I was running low on money. I wanted to make sure I had enough to get across the US. I didn't even stop to gamble in Vegas. I wanted to. I just didn't have a ton of money at that point. So I was like, you know what? It's better to not risk not getting out of Vegas. So from Prim, I went up through Vegas, made a stop here to check out my car to make sure it was good to go. Because I did this stretch here is probably the most dangerous stretch during the road trip. From Bakersfield to Vegas. There's fucking nothing out here. You're in the middle of nowhere. There's no people around. It is literally Death Valley. This is the Death Valley Desert up here. And this is the Mojave down here. Even though it feels different in Fallout New Vegas and whatever. But there actually are some really cool sites. Good Springs exists. I didn't know that was a real place. I didn't know it was based on a real place. And actually, it's also a little cowboy town. It even has similar layout to actually New Vegas. They used the actual street map, basically. It's really pretty. I didn't drive through it, but I looked at the Google images and various other things. There's actually a little saloon right here, just like in Fallout New Vegas. It's a little cowboy bar. It looks cute. I wanted to go. I really wanted to go. But again, I wanted to make sure I got enough money to make sure I was going to get across the country and not have any issues. Ooh, look, crop circles. This stretch, it also didn't, record the next stretch, always the greatest. But I think there was another stop or two that aren't recorded on here. But I went from here, get some gas. Then I went through Vegas, drove right past the strip. And honestly, it was kind of a fucking letdown. Like, for all the movies and shit that hype it up as like this grand experience, it's fucking nothing. Like, realistically, Vegas sucked. It's small, it's a tourist trap. The casinos aren't that impressive. Even this dome, which you can see from the highway over here, not that impressive. The Luxor Hotel looks like shit. Like, it looked great in like Chris Angel Mind Freak, but when you actually drive past it, I'm trying to find it. I know I drove past it. I don't remember where along here. Somewhere around. But the Luxor is actually like literally just a fucking tourist trap. It looks like shit. It's cool and all. You can see the light. It exists. but they have like tourist billboards on the outside. It looks like shit. I don't understand the fascination that a lot of people have with Vegas. It's really not that nice. It was shitty. It was Vegas. I didn't even get to stop at a casino. I wanted to, but I wanted to make sure I had enough money to get across the country. Because, like, I'd happily go back, see more, spend some time, see the dome and various other things just as a tourist, because it was pretty to see as a tourist. But the entirety of Vegas itself, the city itself, other than the casinos, there's fucking nothing there. Most of it's just one level ranch houses, warehouses for industrial purposes, because there's a lot of industrial shit that goes through Vegas, man. And that's it. That's all there is. Other than the strip, it's just industrial wasteland and people. It's nothing impressive. Sorry if you're from Vegas and it's like your little hometown, you love it. Not impressive. This was a really pretty stretch of road to drive along, though, through this desert. Actually, really pretty. Having never seen a desert before, it was really something. And you go up through here. Now, Mavericks, man. Honestly, I think this is the place I ended up buying. Or it might have been another Mavericks later, but I think this was the one. I ended up buying these fucking donuts. And literally, they were all I had to eat from here to here. They were it. That's all I had. I was like, fuck this. I'm getting through the next stretch of this journey because there isn't a whole lot left to see. Because everything from Denver here to probably Columbus is just flat and shitty, and there's nothing to fucking see. Kansas City isn't even nice. This whole stretch in here is flat, nothing bullshit. There's nothing to do, nothing to see. Everything south of South Dakota and north of Dallas is an empty wasteland. Not much to see. St. Louis was cool. I've been through there before. And I will say Nashville and Memphis, they're cool. If you like that. Louisville is nice. I like Louisville. Cincinnati's a shithole. Don't stop there. Cleveland sucks even worse. But the worst place you could go in the US, in my opinion, is Baltimore. This is the shittiest shithole of all shitholes. Don't go to Baltimore. Avoid it. Philly's getting bad too. So I don't recommend going to Philly either. Because Philly is just turning into New York and Baltimore combined. As it's right between them. It's a shithole. Avoid it at all costs. You know what? That's the Bay Bridge right there. I didn't think it was that close to Baltimore, but that's the Bay Bridge. That's the biggest bridge I'd been on beforehand. Bay Bridge, really much more impressive. Much more impressive. But yeah, from the time I got to Pittsburgh from Mavericks, I had nothing but this box of donuts. So I didn't want to waste money on more food because it was just, there was nothing special in between there. I didn't see any restaurants that were like, wow, this is great. I want to stop there. I didn't really see much to stop and do. Stopped at some truck stops. It was nice. It was. Now, it doesn't look it from the sky, but the entire stretch you're going through here to Denver on 70 is really fucking big mountains. Like mountains. You are driving on some of the prettiest, most incredible, because like you're going through the mesas and the plains and stuff here, and then you hit fucking, oh, it is to die for. It is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Definitely recommend stopping in this little town. There is the friendliest lady who works at this visitor center. And she is absolutely a gem. I stopped here for several hours,
and spent the entire time just talking with her about the local area, talking about where I was from in Pittsburgh, like all this. We just had a conversation for the longest time. It was lovely. I enjoyed my stop there. I recommend you stop here highly. If you're out and about that way, because it's a cute little city. It's quaint. There's not a whole lot here in the off season. But if you go when they're jumping, they have a lot that you can do. And Aspen's not that far away either. But this stretch of road, um, ah, it was so fantastic. And when you get to Denver, it's kind of what I pictured it. So you come down sort of out of the mountains here-ish. I think it's really where you start actually seeing Denver. And Denver is flat. I don't know what I expected, but there's not a lot of like really big, tall buildings. And I'm just used to like every major city having these huge skyscraper, things. And Denver doesn't really have that. Like they have some, don't get me wrong, they've got some smaller skyscrapers, but nothing terribly huge. And that shocked me a little bit. I was expecting to just see this giant, open, sprawling city because Denver is fucking huge. I mean, you can see it's all connected here, even though these are all little individual city things, whatever. This is all Denver, realistic. It's all attached to Denver. It's all one major sprawling city. Even Boulder is kind of part of Denver. Like in the Pittsburgh sense, let me show you. Pretty much everybody that's worth a damn considers basically from about here to up, like Puxatawny over to Grove City, to be Pittsburgh. This is the greater Pittsburgh area. Like, Granbury is a decent little place, but Pittsburgh dominates the entire bottom left corner of the state. Pretty much, if you're from Pennsylvania and you're from anywhere in this general vicinity, you're just going to say you're from Pittsburgh. Because you're either from Philadelphia or you're from Pittsburgh. You might be from Erie. Maybe you get a couple of people that are like, yeah, I'm from Erie. But otherwise, they're either going to be from Pittsburgh, quote unquote, or from Philadelphia, quote unquote. There's nothing in between. There's a lot of wild open territory here, farmlands. It's gorgeous. Don't get me wrong. You can look at the satellite view. You can see it's really pretty. Really gorgeous country. But you're either from Pittsburgh or you're from Philly. So I stopped there for a while. It was lovely. And here I stopped again on the way through the mountains. And again, the satellite image does not do justice to just how humongous these mountains are. And right here was a really cool spot. This is the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel. And this is the upper side of it. See, from here, you're driving up this hill, and all of a sudden you just come around this bend. It's real short distance. This is like a quarter mile or less. And you just turn around this bend because you don't know it's there. And then you just see something disappear into the mountain. Because this looks flat. Like this you can't really tell the terrain very well from these images. It doesn't do it justice. And you see a tunnel. You're like, oh, tunnel. For me, that's cool because I like tunnel. We have a bunch of them here in Pittsburgh. I've been through all of them, as far as I'm aware. And all of these roads are like 6 or 7 percenters going up and down through the mountains. And you're constantly going up, down, going through. And then you hit the tunnel, which feels a lot steeper inside than the road that you were on beforehand, even though the road beforehand had a steeper grade to it and a steeper grade after the tunnel. It's really weird. I can't describe it better than that. But you hit this tunnel and you just drive into the mountain. Suddenly you're looking down. You're just driving downhill through the mountain. And it's long. You go from here to here. That is like, I don't know, it felt really, really long. It might only be like a mile long but it felt nearly 2 miles long. I swear. You're under a mountain for a while. It may not even be that long. It may be really short. It just feels really long for a tunnel. And it almost has like a slight curve to it through the mountain too. It's really, really interesting. There's actually a lot of interesting. We'll cover that later. There's a lot of interesting history behind it. How they made it was really very, very something. And you're driving along the mountain tops partly through here till you hit Denver. And the weird thing is, you hit Denver, and then it's flat. It is flat from here to all the way over here. There's fucking nothing going on. There's fucking nothing out there. I don't know how it's possible. But it is. And it was the most boring stretch of the trip. From here, in like Denver, over here, there's nothing to really report. There's nothing real special about it. We didn't really do anything. You'll see some videos, I think, maybe. But this whole stretch here, not great. Stopped at a Walmart for some road snacks. I don't generally like to buy anything from Walmart, but you know, this was one of my old addresses from way back that I used as one of my Pittsburgh markers just to get to Pittsburgh. But my favorite place to stop in Pittsburgh was I did it the next day. Let's see. Here it is. There we go. This place. Vito's fucking Pizza, baby. It is the little hole in this wallest pizza place. Because it started as a literal shack and built its way up through multiple renovations. They didn't even used to have a parking lot, basically. You would just pull up in its original incarnation, and it was like the old school McDonald's where you'd get out of your car, grab your food, get back in the car, and fucking leave. That was it. If you even had a car, otherwise you might be walking or taking public transit. And you can see here, it doesn't, the way it plots out the roads on Google Maps is not accurate. Because you can see, this isn't even a fucking road. It is going through woods, straight across some industrial area. Like, this isn't actually the route you take in any. But that's the way Google plots it. It's fucking weird. Vito's Pizza, man. This pizza, I swear to you. I swear to you. I've been all over this country. I've driven through a good portion of the 50 states. I cannot find better pizza. I've tried everywhere. I've tried homemade pizza. I've tried pizza made by like Italian immigrants, first generation people that are just coming over now. Like, I've tried real fucking pizza. And no pizza beats Beto's Pizza. And the funny thing is, Beto's is owned and has been by the same family for a long time. And honestly, they do it right. They do the pizza right. They do it good. But now that we've gone through the actual drive part of the road trip, we can get on to some of the sites that we saw. I feel like that adds context. This is the first video. There's supposed to be audio. Oh, I muted the tab.
I'm so fucking tired.
It's
So I
feel
thought
like
I was.
I've been run over by a truck. I'm tired.
what in the fuck? It's paused. Why is? Maybe if I go back.
I'm tired, but I'm not tired.
What the fuck? How is this? I'm so confused. It's not even playing the video. And I'm just gonna try refreshing the tab. That's what I'm going to fucking do. And then I'm gonna unmute it. And hopefully it seems to have fixed it. What Google Photos, man? Like, here.
So I thought I was recording the first time when I did this. I was not. Got
True
myself a
story.
little hotel room at the Kano Lodge that I was going to. Got myself
Me
a
and my
little
road
TV,
snacks.
a little microwave, a little mini fridge, a little heater cheesy thing.
That place had a weird layout,
Bathroom.
honestly.
I'm so fucking tired.
I'd been driving,
I feel like
so
I've been run over by a truck. I'm tired. I won't sleep, but first, I need me a shower. I'm tired, but I'm not tired enough to want to go to bed without a shower after all I've been through today. I just want a shower. But first, I have to undo this bag
that's clothes
and
and a
hopefully
blanket
find
or a couple blankets.
my fucking laundry. I know I shoved it in one of these bags. I just don't know which one. So wish me luck. Good night.
Yeah. So true story. I was fucking wildly exhausted. I said I wanted to blow through fucking Oregon. I didn't want to spend time there. There's nothing to really see. Like I looked up things you can do in Oregon, and most of it had to do with Sasquatch. And I'm like, okay, Squatch might exist and all, but that requires me to spend days in the fucking forest hunting for Squatch. So like, I thought about maybe stopping in Astoria, Oregon to see where they filmed the Goonies, but I've universally heard from a lot of people that go and travel there that it is a huge fucking letdown, and it is in no way realistically touristly set up for people to actually go see shit. Like, there's not even like a museum or anything. Really, like it's just boring. So I didn't go there. You can see here along the road. I'll zoom in a little bit. I wanted to show sprawling landscape before me because I thought it was really pretty. I still think it's really pretty. But I was taking the photo with voice commands, which was very weird. And it was the best way to respect the hands-free thing, and I don't have a great mount, so like you see a lot of my dashboard. There's a rainbow along the road at one point. I thought was pretty. This is that little shack in the middle of nowhere, or Crescent City, that I mentioned. And I thought they had a really cute little mural here, so I wanted to take a. This is the name of the market, and I thought it was a nice little name. Like they called it a hamlet. This is actually photos of the night sky. So a lot of this is really grainy and pixely. It's really hard to take an image at night with a Google Pixel. For whatever reason, they're really, really bad with low light. They are terrible with it. They pixelate horribly, true to their namesake. This was one of the better images I managed to capture of the night sky where I was. And this was with like long exposure turned on as best I could do because I don't know. It was very confusing to use because it's not intuitive. And even knowing a bit about photography and having taken photography courses, it kind of sucked. Trying to get these photos. I mean, I had to really fuck with it for a while to try and get half decent photos. And then this video has no audio. But what I was doing was standing there taking a video of pitch black. This blob isn't there. It doesn't exist. And that is a car coming along the way to show you just how black, pitch black it is. On this stretch of road at a vista point. So I'm standing on the edge of a cliff and you can't see dick. Even standing there in person and letting my night vision adjust, you can't see dick. You can see some stars. You can see a lot more stars than you can see in the photo because you can't get a good photo of it with the Google Pixel. But I don't know why it added that big pixel blob. There was no light. It was just dark. So it invented light. Some of these you can see are just kind of black. I was still trying to figure out. You can see one star there. I'm just trying to figure out. See another one right there. How to get the exposure to work. This one was really cool looking. But it's mostly just camera pixelation, but it's actually still kind of artsy fartsy. I kind of dig it. But again, you can't see shit. Even with the long exposure turned on, you can see even here the long exposure because it shook a little bit, I guess, with that. See, this is a fence that I was standing next to along the edge of the cliff, and it's just a wooden fence right along the edge of a cliff. Like right on the other side of this is a steep, just straight down drop. And out here is some of the Pacific Ocean, and over here was like some rocks and stuff. And I could see it in person, but you can't see any of it in these photos. But you can see all these color swirls that Google's Pixel added. It was interesting. And this was me arriving at the visitor center. This was one of the photos. I don't remember where I took that. I think that was just in the Prairie Creek Visitor Center. I was taking just a photo from where I was parked. Trying to get some photos of the night sky because you could see Orion in the sky very clearly from where I was. But like right here, I think is part of Orion that showed up. Or why I took that shot or why I uploaded it. You could see the moon was really fucking gorgeous. I tried to get photos of it because it was absolutely hauntingly beautiful through the fog. Tried to zoom in. You can see if you zoom in really close. Let pixelization heal itself. You can see some of the craters that I actually managed to capture there. But it doesn't handle low light well, and it doesn't handle bright light well. So you can't get really good, clear images of like the moon, say. But it was really pretty, and I was trying to get some nice photos of it from the place I was parked at the visitor center because it was dark. And here is, I think, another video. This one, I think, was the Super 8 Wyndham. For context.
Not here. This window was not properly locked. I fixed that.
Yeah, it was not locked at all. And it was partly open.
It looks fine.
That was rusty. Just average. You don't see it in the video, but you'll see it in a second. Oh, look. Shirtless me. Hi. Nothing impressive. Just an average little thing. I don't know why they had the curtain up like that. Probably from when they were cleaning and just left it there. Because at least they did clean, it appeared. Ish.
Just got here.
But this is the part that shot the piss out of me. They actually had to tape the remote back together. They didn't even just go get another fucking remote. These are like not that expensive for a hotel chain to just get a different remote, a new remote. They can just do that. Now, these are 360 panoramas. I took some photo spheres and I took some panoramas throughout the entire trip. You can see it. I did a 360 with this. And this is where I stopped at that beach up near Prairie Creek, and you can see one of the seams in the photo here. It's not actually anything on the ground, just a seam in the photo. I mean, it's gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous little spot that I stopped. What's funny is it captured this. This difference in the lighting is actually accurate. There were like stretches of shadow from the clouds and stuff, and it actually shows it in the air from the fog and on the street. That is actually accurate. That's not just a difference in the photo. Me and my good little car, my little Toyota, man, she got me through a lot of shit. I like that little car. Kind of like the Pontiac Vibe a little better, but I love that car. It's gorgeous. And you can see here, I don't think this was somebody's pet dog's tracks, by the way. They were way, way, way too big for that shit. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a wolf or a coyote or what, but my God. These were some big paw prints. Like, this is my hand, and here you can see somebody's smaller dog's paw print. And then you just see this massive chonker. And these people had a dog, and this dog was making smaller paw prints, but not those ones. This one, I think, was maybe the ones you saw that were next smaller. This was a really pretty little beach to stop at and just appreciate the ocean for a little bit. It was mostly just me and these people, and not a whole lot of anybody else. But it was gorgeous to see. There's a lot of iron in the sand there, so it's like this gray, speckled, salt and peppery sand that's really kind of neat. My hat had been sitting in a house with cats. It had been sitting on a shelf. I pulled most of this off by the end of the trip and had actually managed to get some of it off every now and then when I would pick at it at night. But it was covered in cat hair and cobweb, which I think added to the aesthetic, honestly. This is me just taking some photos and a video.
So pretty out here.
It really was. I stood there for a while. This here, I believe. See what I mean about the irony sand? You can see all the darker specks stuff. This was, I think this was an elk print. Hard to be sure. Didn't really show up things, but you can see here a little bit. These are, I think, elk. They were very big. This is where we started into Prairie Creek. I'll wait for the ad break to end. This part's really cool. Like, honestly, this was one of my more favorite stretches of the trip. I'll give the ad break up. Only 30 seconds. Honestly, though, if you're ever in California, especially Northwest California, you definitely want to stop here. Six seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back from the ads. All right, so the Prairie Creek Visitor Center was my favorite part of Redwoods, and I wanted to spend so much more time. And honestly, if I had known what a letdown the Humboldt section would be, I would have spent probably a lot more time there and gone over to see this place called Fern Canyon that I think would have been worth it. Go see. Now, these ones I'll actually read because there's a lot of interesting info on them. At least I found it interesting, so hopefully somebody else finds it interesting too. Prairie Creek Visitor Center Trails. Trail facts. Distance. A network of over 70 miles of trails start from here. They ain't shit neither. I looked up the trail map. It is insane. Difficulty moderate to slightly difficult. I'd say that's pretty accurate from what I saw. Warning, elk are wild animals. If humans move too close to provoke them, a peaceful scene can quickly become dangerous. They ain't fucking kidding. Don't fuck with the elk, man. They will fuck up. They will fuck you up and not be apologetic about it. But you can see here some of the map. I went here and saw a big tree, and it was here at the visitor center. You can see some of the trails that just sprawl, man. Evergreen rhododendron shrubs. I didn't see any of these in bloom, but it was also December, so that's not shocking.
I didn't personally see any salmon, but it was also kind of late into the season, so I'm not shocked. It was really pretty, though. Enter one of the largest remaining stands of old-growth coast redwood forests in the world. Much of the canopy stands at over 300 feet, shadowing Douglas fir, Roosevelt elk, and rhododendron, and you as well. The shade produces a rich, layered rainforest to explore through a network of trails. They ain't kidding either. It is moist there. It's really nice, though. I highly, highly recommend network of trails that leads over the ridges, besides creeks, down fern-filled ravines. They ain't kidding about that one. It is gorgeous. I think you'll see some of it later. Not as much as some of the other places, but oh my goodness, it's gorgeous. And along windswept bluffs to the beach. Conservationists helped preserve the groves in Prairie Creek Basin beginning in 1923. Enjoy half-day and all-day hikes or an overnight stay. Honestly, I recommend that highly. Spend a few days, honestly, maybe a week or more even, in just this place, just exploring Prairie Creek. There's places there you can stay. There's campgrounds. 100% recommend it. 100% worth it. There's even a place down here along the beach that you could stay, which was one of the places I contemplated staying other than the hotel, but I decided I wanted the hotel for the night because it would be more comfortable. Spent as much time in hotels as I could stand because I figured it'd be better for your health and just more comfortable. Where a lot of my money for the trip went, actually. And I don't regret it. I think I made the good choice. Dedicated backpacker cyclist campsites are available at Elk Prairie and Gold Bluffs Beach. Hey, one I was mentioning. Also thought about looking into this one, but I didn't end up staying there. They were ending up a little too expensive. The visitor center is definitely worth visiting. I spoke with a ranger there. Lovely lady. Absolutely want to go back. 100%. I even considered signing up to become a park ranger. Kind of I loved it there. Gotta let it unpixel. Come on. Here we go. All right. What to see at Redwood? Welcome to Redwood National State Parks. During your visit, you will discover that these redwood parks contain a mosaic of natural communities as well as rich human history. This is a little confusing to read because of the way they format this. So my dyslexia. I'll start it. Welcome to the Redwood National State Parks. Parks that are home to the finest old-growth redwood forests in the world. They ain't shitting. It really is. A walk through these groves is an unforgettable experience as cathedral-like spires of ancient trees soar more than 300 feet above your head. Some of them even more than 300. It is insane. They are like literal skyscrapers as trees. Like this is a person. These are the trees. It is nuts. It feels wild. You feel like you're so small. It is incredible. There really is a lot to explore though. Forests, open prairies, coastal scrub, streams, and beach. They ain't kidding. I saw all of that. For large mammals such as Roosevelt elk, honestly, they are massive. I got to see some of them. I don't have any photos because I was driving at the time and I couldn't get a good photo. But I saw a whole herd of them. They are huge, dude. Like bigger than the car. Like they are ginormous creatures. I didn't see any bears. Doesn't mean they weren't there though. Bears are surprisingly quiet when they walk through the woods. Most people think it's going to be this big lumbering thump, thump, thump as they walk through, but it's really not. They are very quiet creatures. Even an elephant can walk almost silent. It is actually a really cool nature fact. I didn't go down and see any of the tide pools and stuff but I saw some of them from a distance on a couple of the vistas and stuff that I stopped at. I didn't get to see too many prairies, but I saw some from some of the viewpoints. I didn't get pictures of them, though, because you couldn't really get good pictures. Now, this right here brings me back to something we're going to see later, much later. There is a snow globe of sorts that they sold at this visitor center that I adore it. It is so fucking cool. I bought one for my favorite neighbors and chosen family because I wanted them to have it. I knew they'd love it just as much as I did. There are a ton of animals out there. Everything is alive. Everything is alive. There's not a surface out there that is not alive. But it is outstanding. And the fog in the forest is gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous. And these are just some, hey, don't leave your shit around. People might steal it. Although I will tell you what, I was out there. I didn't see anything happen, but it is a good idea to follow this advice. Because there are people that target those areas, sadly. This is mostly just about, what not to do. And it says no camping, but there are campgrounds, so that one's confusing. And yeah, it's a whole thing. I can also tell you that one's false. There were definitely people there with guns. The Rangers didn't have any, though, which was fun. Because you'd think they would probably need them. There were tons of birds. It was really something. I will say, though, the elk are incredible to see. I walked down a few little stretches of some of these trails. This one, a few other little bits here and there. This is my hand against one of the redwood trees. For some context, this is a small redwood tree, by the way. This was a little plaque on one of the trails. Carl Knapp served California state parks for more than 45 years. He was most notably known as a teacher, mentor, leader, and friend. Carl co-created the department's nationally recognized trails training program and the creation of professional trail programs throughout the California state park system. It is a state and national standard for trail professionals. His integrity, leadership, wisdom, vision, and ability to collaborate with all types of state park professionals guided significant fundamental change in California state park. Thank goodness for Carl Knapp. These were some lovely people along there. And you can see the tree there in the distance. There's a little bridge that was over one of the stretches of trail. That tree is fucking ginormous. This is my hand against that same tree. Right here is about, in fact, right there, where the hand is placed. For context, that shows you just how wide. And these are the smaller trees. These aren't even like the biggest trees. They are ginormous. And they weren't kidding when they said ferns. They are every damn. Literally, they shot Jurassic Park. Parts of the Jurassic Park movies were shot in the redwood forests. So the big trees in some of the, is not bullshit. Like, this is a person. That is a tree. That is one tree. I know that the lighting makes this and this look like little saplings. They're not. Those are actually all part of that tree. And it is towering. And there is moss on every damn thing. And there's a couple of videos through here too of me walking the trails. This is the trail that I ended up taking for most of it because it was a really nice trail, and the guides there at the station, the visitor center, said that it was very much worth doing.
You know what? I was taking photos, but if I don't need to take photos, because I can just video. I don't know if I'll be able to send it to anybody, but I can upload it to Google and send videos to that. Or YouTube. I'm walking this trail right here.
You know, they even highlighted it on my map for me.
I'm gonna walk along the Prairie Creek and see some of the redwood stuff. Come back and said it's a relatively short hike, which is good because I'm not the most physically fit person in the world, but I'll be damned if I'm not gonna see this.
Yeah, you're gonna hear me huffing and puffing a lot. I'm fat. I was also getting over a cold.
It literally feels like you're in Jurassic Park.
Because you literally are.
That tree is like really far away, by the way. They're just that big. Man.
It was absolutely wild going through this place, man. So peaceful, though. In hindsight, I probably should have taken these videos in portrait and in
Bro, you could fit like
landscape.
multiple of me in that hole in that tree.
And I'm not a small dude.
Dumb. Look at this thing. Holy goodness.
They are way bigger in person than this video even portrays.
This is intense.
And like I said, there's ferns everywhere. There's ferns everywhere.
Right about there.
I was wrong. We had barely started the trail. We figured that out later.
Trail. Holy mother. Oh. Wow, looking up it's an experience, baby.
Like, seriously, though, there are trees that disappear into the sky. It was wet, so I did not sit on it.
I think I can get this done in not that long. This is actually a pretty easy hike.
It's less of a hike, more of a walk.
Hike, really.
No.
For hiking, I think you really have to qualify it as going up and down like huge hills and stuff.
There were tons of nice folk along the trails. I tried to keep my focus on,
Howdy.
the trees and stuff.
Good morning. Morning.
But I was also twisting my head and looking all over the place. So my camera focus kind of drifts a little bit. So, bear with it.
Good gracious gosh, Bigora. Am I on the Revelation? No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not there yet. Just looked like this might have a little bit of a loop to it, but...
I thought I'd accidentally crossed on that. We weren't even at it yet. Until you get to these signs, I think. These signs, I think, are where that is actually at. So I was actually kind of wrong about where we were.
Back that way.
That's one end of it over there.
Right at that little axis corner right there. Wow. All right, let's take a little further walk.
Pixelates a bit.
This trail. Then there's a bunch of other trails that the local guides recommended. The rangers.
Local guide. She was very nice, though. Very much liked her. Taking a moment to appreciate the trees.
So some of these little saplings are actual little redwood trees. These little tiny twigs someday are going to look like that.
Fun fact,
Blows my mind.
while I was there, I actually bought a little kit to grow a redwood tree.
Getting over a little bit of a cold. Mostly over it. Just got a little bit of congestion left in the chest. Okay, this is a tree. I'll remind you, these are not rocks. This is a tree.
Yeah, because I even still looking at it think
taller
it's
than I am.
rocks, but
This
it's
is about at head height right here. You're right about in front of my face. And this thing is taller than I am. That's so cool.
it is nuts. There's multiple of these, by the way.
End is we're right there, I think.
No,
That's the
no,
shape
we
of
were
this bend,
not.
At least. And it does look like there's another trail that goes off that way. So I think that's where we're at. It's hard to
No.
be sure. Thankfully, it's not a very long
I was
trail,
being
so
optimistic. We weren't even at the end of the
it's not
Revelation
easy to get lost.
upper half.
Wow, look at this moss. I think that's what they call old man's beard.
It was really cool, though.
Maybe I'm only just getting to the Revelation Trail. Huh.
Tried to get video of some of these little blurbs. It's probably not the greatest. If you want to read those, you can pause the video on YouTube later.
At the right time here, I'm sure you could see the salmon run.
Yeah, see, this was the other loop of the Revelation
All right,
Trail.
yeah, so we're actually right there.
I thought I was
Other end
way
of the
further into
Revelation
this
Loop.
walk than I was. But that's because I'm
So
fat,
looking
and I was
back,
like, oh shit, this is a long
we'll
walk,
go
isn't
that
it?
way for the Revelation Loop, I think. Okay. Look at this.
There was like
Oh,
multiple trees,
Wow.
but just
Holy
growing
hell.
all up out of the same little root
The trees
area.
are as tall as skyscrapers. I feel like I'm in downtown Pittsburgh, but I'm looking at trees. This is incredible.
I still feel that way.
Maybe I do want to be a park ranger someday. Maybe I want to be a park ranger here.
Look, honestly, I'm still considering it.
It'd be kind of cool, I have to admit.
I love being in the forest. Makes me happy.
Look at this.
This tree is wild, by the way.
But this might be a little bit of a white people moment, but I'm totally going to go take a look inside this tree. Holy shit. Dude, I can walk into the tree.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna pop out into Narnia or some shit. Like I'm actually
inside of a fucking tree.
inside the tree, and I'm not even taking up a lot of room. Like my elbows could have room to go out. Like I could put my arms out.
Thank you, gentle giant, for letting me inside of you and not crushing me. All right. Here, I thought we were further along the trail than we were.
Be nice to the trees, man. You never know when they're
Off in
listening.
the woods. Most people take that for granted, even with a map, because maps are only an interpretation of things. They're not really like a one-to-one usually. Yeah, they said the best walk is to hike towards the campground. So that's that way, right? Yeah, that way. So we must be at the start of Nature Trail, which is probably that. Yeah. Looks like there's a bridge down here, though, according to the map. Let's take a look.
Less of a bridge, more of a stream crossing,
You're too long.
but it is pretty.
Oh, it's seasonal bridge, meaning that the water has to drop down. See? It's like a...
I'm gonna see real quick here. I want to see if I can like change this to like. Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could up the quality.
water crossing right there. Here, I'll walk down a little further. Carefully. It's a little,
And play it in 1080. That would help.
little rocky. But I'll walk down to the water at least.
Try and make
That's
the
right,
video
I'm walking
quality
with
a
my
little
sport
better.
mode sandals. Hell yeah. Quite frankly, I'd walk this barefoot. The path is really clean. The park is really pretty. See, there's that quote-unquote seasonal bridge that goes across when it's low enough.
Right now it's low enough. You could walk through that. That's only like ankle height.
Just look at that.
The sound of the water
Dude,
is so
I could
pretty.
literally spend days here. Like, I could spend weeks just chilling. Wow.
Honestly, part of me is still there.
Look, honestly, maybe I'm meant for a life in the Ranger Service. The more I think about this place, the more I like it here.
Look at this tree.
That thing is like as big as a car around. Like it is nuts.
Once I get back
Uphill
to
makes me
this
huff
screen
and puff a
for
little more. I'm gonna be
stop
real
the
with you.
recording and start another one. That way I don't accidentally lose this one if something happens.
Yeah, I was worried I was gonna get like a random phone call and it would like
Because there's any number of things that can disturb your
kill it or something.
recording. All right, stopping and starting again. Pick up in part 2. You know what? I was taking photos, but all right. So we're gonna carry on a little ways. I don't know if we're gonna go all the way to the campground, but we'll definitely go for a little while.
I ultimately did upload these to my YouTube channel. So if shameless plug moment, if you wanted to view these in a little better quality on your own monitor and be able to actually like experience it without my commentary, well, my additional commentary, you can watch them on there. Same name as I'm on Twitch. So right down there where it's spelled on the subscribe to our link, find me on YouTube.
You know, this coat may have been a bad idea. It's kind of hot.
It wasn't like hot out, but that coat, while it is my favorite coat, is very warm and it's heavy and it's very good at keeping the wind off of you. Plus the humidity point there, despite the fact that it was somewhat colder in like the 50s, I think. At least a lot of people find that cold. I really don't start feeling cold until it's like in the 10s or lower. But even then, I don't really be like until it's like negative.
It is cool out here and wet, so it'll help keep me dry. So I'll just live with the fact that it's a little warm. Doesn't help I'm also wearing a pretty thick shirt.
Yeah, I was. I was wearing my
Normally would be
thickest
hot.
flannel shirt on this day. Just because I was driving and it was gonna be cool during part of the drive, and sometimes I like to drive the window open, so I decided to wear the more thick shirt so I could tolerate that a little bit. It's more fresh air.
Okay.
Had I worn a t-shirt, I probably would have been
It's like a
fine.
tree across the water there.
Yeah, it
Let's
is.
see. We'll turn around just up there, maybe head up there, Revelation. I have all day to see what I like.
And likes what I
Limiting
see.
my time is the amount of money I got to spend to be out here. Otherwise, I can literally spend infinite time out here.
Man, do I ever want to, though. That place is gorgeous. Part of me will always be with the redwood trees, man.
Looks like an old camper ground here. Looks like a little amphitheater.
Fun word, amphitheater. Not used very often.
That there, them ferns and stuff, that's all just the root ball of the tree that fell. That's a whole natural bridge.
Yeah, that thing is ginormous.
A nice little deep hollow right there. Probably some good fish. Take a look at this little amphitheater.
Yeah, I'm not real sure what this was. It wasn't on the map. Like, I know it's a little theater probably for, like, watching movies or little plays or something because the screen's white. And I'm sure it'd be really neat to sit out there, have a little fire going, watch some movies. I think that'd be fucking really cool.
Yeah. It's like a little... I guess you could watch movies or little shows or something.
Little speeches.
I think this means I'm about there. Because right here's where we got close to the creek back there, so we're probably right about in here somewhere. Oh look, I just even got the state crest for the state parks. That's really cool. Can't wait to show all of you guys this. You guys are going to love this.
I hope you guys love it.
I'll have to wait till I get to a place I can upload it tonight.
Yeah, I
Put it on my
fucking
YouTube
did.
channel and send people links. I think that'll be the easiest thing to do.
Took literally all of New Year's Eve and morning till I was leaving to go see the Golden Gate Bridge to get all this
Place is
uploaded.
incredible. And this is just one trail. This is a big park. I have this map folded into like really tiny things, just so I can see this little section of the map.
Yeah, I have it unfolded in
Keep
later
an eye on where
photos.
I'm at, just to be safe. Dude, this place has me so at peace, though.
Like, honestly,
I mean, this kind of
I'm
peace
still
I
at
only
peace
really
just
get when
thinking
I'm
about it.
on the cabin, just chilling. But I have that same level of peace and just happiness here. And just look at this. You can't get this shit in the city. I mean, you can, because I'm bringing it to you. But it ain't nearly as beautiful on the camera as it is in real life. I 100% recommend anybody that has a chance, come out here and see these trails.
Absolutely still recommend it.
Walk
100%.
the same one. Maybe walk while you listen along. You experience it together in a way. I think that's the bend on this map down there, so we're almost done with the trail, in fact. Well, part of it. We're going to go back and do the Revelation loop, because there's a big old tree in the middle, so they say.
I wasn't going to record walking back to the Revelation Trail, but I decided that I would. It'd be cool to see it from a different perspective, because you'd be looking at the other sides of the trees and stuff, so it's still fresh, even though we walked it going one way. At least that's how I felt at the time. I still think I made the right call. Honestly, I should have taken more video during my entire trip. Maybe while I was driving, commentary.
Look at that. More moss and
Yeah,
lichen and
everything.
to see.
Everything covered in moss.
If one's close enough to the trail, I'll try and tell you what it feels like. Look at these ferns. Really pretty. I have no idea what I'm touching. I really shouldn't be touching things. Could be
Yeah, it's a
poisonous.
bad idea to touch things in the forest when you don't know what you're touching, because you don't want to get poison ivy or oak or other things. Now,
I doubt they put
most of that's leaves
I
of
doubt
three,
they
leave
would,
it be.
encourage that kind of thing. On
I love how I just assume that they put it
everything
here,
immediately by the trail was terribly poisonous.
like they had a
But they
choice.
do
This
have
is
some
nature, bro.
Clover wood sorrel type deals.
I do think they'd probably pull some of the more dangerous plants or label them with like little signs and stuff.
All right, so
Thankfully, there was
almost
nothing out
done
here that was
I think
dangerous, really.
we're right there.
I'm not sure if I was entirely accurate about that, but I don't
Look.
think I wasn't either.
Look at all these ferns.
It's literally a wall of fern. It was really cool, actually.
So far, about a 20-minute in.
Roughly. There were sections like this where I just didn't really have a whole lot to say. Sometimes the peace of the sounds of the walking, I think, is part of the experience too, though. This is just me holding it in my hand. I don't have like a bipod or anything. So I know it waggles and wiggles a while.
Unless I'm on the wrong trail. No, it says the campground's up there further. Look at that. Melissa.
My neighbor.
Get you out of the house. You got to see this.
God, I love
Ain't
them.
no way to see it but in person.
Melissa and Ed always gonna be family to me.
Not really. It says the campground's this way on that sign back there in case you missed it. If you don't like my ramblings as I'm walking here, feel free to mute it, play some calming music. Heck, I might even do that myself. Tell my editor to slap in some really calming music or metal or something.
Yeah, my bestest bud.
Something that captures the scenery.
I still might have him make a copy of this that's like his own
Whoa.
edit of it.
I can't even begin to tell you how tall some of these are. But I can tell you they're tall enough that it's... Oh boy, do you feel small.
Probably 100 of
I
me or
literally
more.
feel like I've been shrunk down, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids style. This is out of this world.
You do feel small. You feel like you're an ant in a terrarium. It's really quite something.
Clean air. Just smells like petrichor and forest and awesomeness.
Honestly, I still smell it. Just looking at it.
This is what makes me happy. Places like this. Places of beauty beyond compare.
Absolutely.
Should have asked how many or what kind of mileage I'm looking at for this Perry or this little.
They told me. I just
Gave me
don't
the
remember.
miles on everything else. I think this is probably what, half a mile of trail.
Yeah,
Granted,
probably a mile from one end to the other.
I'm not really sure. I don't see the. It's a little over a. Well, here, there's a key at the bottom actually.
I don't think that's
Says
entirely
0.25
accurate.
miles would be about that far. So that means this is about a mile loop, give or take a bit. Here, I should probably get a little footage of that. Look at that.
Considering it
Water's
takes me
actually,
about
like,
20 minutes to
bubbling up
walk a
from the other
mile,
side of that tree there.
even with the stop times,
Gravity is funny.
I think it is about probably accurate. Gravity and the way water works is weird.
It's a good word, burbling.
Created it myself, sure.
I don't know if I expect it to be wet or it's wet and really soft. Man, this is pretty out here though. Cannot wait to see how you feel about this, Melissa. Cannot wait. I think I'm finally at the campground now.
He's as
Yeah, these
enthralled
are
with it as I am.
So I've actually finished the trail.
Next time I go out
Get
there,
this video up back at
I'm going to take her with me.
or yeah, no, I'll just
Big
read
Ed,
it
too.
here.
Maybe even
Walk down
Peg
to
and Dean.
Revelation Loop and head back.
Good folks.
You can see it in reverse. All right. All right, here we go. On the way again. Back from places I have never been.
Sometimes I
And
talk
the
too much.
world is walking through these treetops with my friends. I can't wait to rewrite some songs again.
My sense of humor.
Sorry, I had a little burr in my shoe.
Yeah, I got a little burr in my sandal.
It would be nice to see the thing in reverse.
It almost looks like a totally different trail, even though you're walking down the same exact one. Seeing it in reverse is really cool too.
Dude, my mustache.
So I'm glad I decided that.
Like I just went to lick it and it's like cold and wet.
I lick my mustache quite a lot.
Probably for my breath, but it's also really, really moist out here.
Yeah, they ain't kidding when they say
I hate that
rainforest.
word, but I like the word moist. Moisture. Yeah, I will say this. That security guard got me in a little bit better shape for walking.
Yeah, it did.
And
7 hours of walking a day.
This far before I'd be huffing and puffing and puffing. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not breathing like 100% great, but all this fresh air, the oxygen, almost makes you feel high from being in the city so long.
Yeah, it does. Honestly. The air there is
My shoes
completely different.
starting to get a spot worn through them from my toe.
And those are not old shoes either. I haven't had those
Noticed
for very
that.
long. I just have thick callus on my feet and it eats up shoes.
Oh, wowee.
I had one pair of sandals, I literally
Place
wore a
is
hole
something
in them.
else.
Straight through the sandal to the ground.
Yeah, at least I got most of the sand out of my sandals from my little brief stop at the beach.
Yeah, it took a while to get
You
most
may
of that
have
out.
already seen, or may not have. Maybe I'll put the link in the description or something. Professionally YouTuber-ish.
I just named them a different part of
Maybe
each
not.
thing. I don't know.
Make you go do some work for it.
Yeah, I think I went
And
with
I
that
did the work
approach.
getting out here. I think making you at least do one more extra search is probably a good thing. You can feel the back uphill. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's not steep, but man, is it
That's where the out of
constant.
shape kicks in. Going through this wasn't much uphill, but ooh, baby, is it now?
Yeah, it was a long, mostly downhill trek
Now, which one of these?
until now.
I think we came from down there because we were from the Ferns. I think that leads back up to a parking area.
It does.
So we'll go this way. Good news is, since we've been through here, I won't stop as look around as much. Still gorgeous, don't get me wrong, but I want to get back to the car and get to the next spot because I want to see more. I want to see it all. I want to see every square inch of this forest. I've wanted to come here for a very long time. I've always thought that couldn't possibly be as big as people say they are, these trees. There's no way a tree can be that big, surely. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I'm so glad that I was wrong. It's not often I'm wrong, but it does happen. And oh boy, I was as wrong about these trees as I was about mountains. I mean, these videos don't tell you nothing.
They really
You've
don't.
seen them. You've seen like Mount Everest and stuff on a video or TV show or whatever have you.
The scale is entirely
You ain't
different in
seen
person.
nothing.
It really is. You
It
you
ain't
just have to
same
be
seeing it
there.
yourself. In person, feeling the scale around you.
Like really, if you're not there in person, it's not the same.
Now maybe I'll go climb Everest next.
I'm still thinking about
Anything's
it.
possible. If you're willing to put in the work.
Wish I'd had my walking stick. Would have been nice to have my walking stick.
This place is awesome.
This entire road trip cost me about $1,000.
I haven't felt this alive in a very long time.
Hotels and all.
Sorry if the camera angle kind of sucks. I can't see my camera.
And you can see the moisture is turning my hair into nothing but just frizz.
I haven't felt this good in a long time.
Just went poof. Like a poodle.
Man, am I happy to be here.
Still am. I feel like a better person for having seen it. Frankly.
There's that tree that was falling over. About, I don't know, third back. There's that little amphitheater. I'd say we're probably about 1/3 back.
Honestly, I would love to sit down and watch a movie there in the forest at night.
And I'm gonna go.
I think it'd be really cool. I imagine it'd be kind of haunting to sit there and watch something like Friday the 13th or something.
Wow, you can see this place is entirely different from a different perspective.
Jurassic Park even.
Looks like that's a lightning scar almost. If you look closely, that black streak, it almost looks charred.
It is.
Maybe a wildfire came through here at some point? Yeah, it's charred, look.
Still think that one was lightning.
Pattern? That's the char. So I don't know what happened, but flames went up that.
Because I think if it was a wildfire, it would have burnt
Oh boy,
around the tree. I don't think it would have burnt just a streak of the tree.
Oh, it goes pretty far up. I'm guessing it was a lightning strike. Because there's nothing else out here that looks like none of these surrounding trees look burnt. So that had to have been a lightning strike. I guess some of this may be old fall. Don't know.
Still not sure. Probably should have asked the ranger about that. They probably would have known. Really interesting, though. And there are some other trees out there that are definitely burnt and scarred. Just not right near that one. So that one, I think, was, as far as I can still tell, most likely a lightning strike. At some point in its life. I'm no expert in trees, so I couldn't tell you how long ago it was, but it was definitely something.
Who knows, maybe I'll capture some fantastical creature on my little video here. Maybe I've seen Bigfoot and don't even realize it yet.
Yeah, honestly, you never know what you're going to find when you go review this footage. I haven't actually gone back and rewatched all of this yet until now, so I'm watching it again with you for the first time.
Really?
Like, I watched, I think, a few little clips here and there just to double check the quality, but I didn't actually watch it until now. I still think I probably should have taken a water bottle.
I mean, I'm wearing less than ideal clothes and pretty ideal weather, though.
Yeah, I didn't plan where I was going to stop.
In all honesty.
I just knew that my general destination was on the roundabout East Coast somewhere. I was traveling for Mississippi originally, and then partway through the trip decided, fuck it, I'm going to go to Pittsburgh for a little while.
There's that tree I walked inside earlier. I still think that was so cool.
I still think that was so cool.
Inside.
I was inside of a tree. You can't get much cooler than that.
Too. That's not even dead. That thing's living.
And you got to think of how many people probably hook up inside that tree. It'd be pretty lit, honestly.
I guess that's a spruce. It's kind of cool. Looks like there's a little game trail here. If you look, just backing up.
You can tell it's a game trail because...
You can tell it's a game trail because it's more foresty. And you can see there was some branches there that are snapped off. It's well traveled, but some people probably go over there too, but that was formed by a game. An animal of some kind. You can see here, there's a little small one here, if you look closely, where the moss and stuff doesn't quite grow anymore because it's been trodden on too many times. Boy. This one little cluster right here is probably enough to fit my entire car inside of for context.
Honestly, I'm not sure that's even a cluster. I still think it might just be one tree.
I probably legitimately parked my car inside of that. And then some.
Then it just has branches lower to the ground. I don't know. If it all grows from the same root ball, is it all one tree?
Here's the Revelation Trail. We came from that way, so we'll go this way. Right? Yeah, because we stopped by that sign, yeah. Here, I'm going to stop and restart right here. All right, here we go. On the way again.
I'll spare you my singing a second time.
little closer. It does kind of look like an octopus tree. It's really cool, actually. Moisture's good for getting rid of the congestion in my head, though. It's really cooking it out of my head.
It really did.
To think I was stranded in the parking lot here last night.
I felt better after my
I found a
walk.
place to be with some help from a relative. Because I didn't really think about it. If you look closely, it almost looks to me like that's old burn. Really old, healed, mossed over. Must have been a wildfire that came through here at some point. It's a miracle a lot of this escaped it. So not all of it has that to it, or some of it, I guess, could be just so healed and whatnot that you might not notice it.
I'm still not sure if it was a wildfire or if that particular tree just caught
That's a
fire.
bird's nest, I think. Wonder if that's an eagle, maybe?
No,
Some
too
kind?
small. I looked it up.
Oh, look. You can see the scarring like I was talking about. It's all carved up. You can see it broke off there, but how tall the ones around it are. But yeah, you can see how
I wish
old
they
that
put
burned
something
is,
there to
too.
explain why it was
Look close.
burnt.
This whole thing burned at some point.
Probably a few times.
This is incredible. That one's really pretty. Oh boy. Well, I tell you, they're literally the size of cars. I'm not kidding. They are
I
really
still ain't kidding.
the size of cars.
Like, you could literally park a
Like,
car inside of
a lot
them
of them, anyway.
and still have
Not
room.
all of them, but a fair portion. Oh boy. Oh, looks like we got a little nature thing here around one of the redwoods. I think I was over there last night,
I was.
where that truck is at some point. Yeah, because that's the restroom right there.
It was one of the only spots you can actually get Wi-Fi and
I was
actually
down here
connect
not
the
that
thing so
long
I could
ago.
make a phone call. It was quite a thing.
Here's the Revelation Trail sign. So we're at the start of it. I'm going to walk up this, and then maybe come back down and go back up this.
I didn't realize it actually went as like a little path around.
Look, there's a rotten piece of wood there. The rest of this feels pretty sturdy, though.
Very wet though. And slick. Personally, I would clear off all of the needles and leaves, put down some skateboard grip tape.
Oh, you can see more burning on those.
Because then even if it was wet, it would have
That's
some
impressive,
texture.
Because that means at some point all of this was probably on fire. Just think about it for a second. Just picture that. Fire and ash and smoke everywhere as far as you can see. Ooh. It's kind of a haunting thought. But for context, you can see how thick that root is. That's my hand. And then you look up at the whole entire tree that looks like it has a whole separate tree sprouting from it, man.
It was nuts. And this isn't even one of the biggest trees. That's just like a decent sized redwood.
Oh, I love it here. This is a good decision. This may be worth not making it to Vegas for New Year's.
I did not make it to Vegas for New Year's. I spent New Year's in just north of San Francisco in that little hotel. Got there just before New Year's, stayed there till next day. Was nice though. Would have been neat to spend New Year's in Vegas though. I'm sure I would have seen one hell of a fireworks display of some kind.
So I was planning on possibly spending New Year's in Vegas.
Yeah, this whole road trip was not really planned out. It was just sort of I have a general destination. I have a bunch of stuff that's possible to see along the ways, and I just sort of flew by the seat of my pants. It's just kind of how I live.
I mean, really, I can only plan so far because it doesn't really matter what I do. Things always go wrong. Things are always unexpectedly going to pop up. So you may as well enjoy the spice of life. Figure out generally where you're going on your journey, at least for a little while.
Like for this one, I had the general idea of the East Coast ish. I originally was heading to the Southeast United States to go stay with some friends in Mississippi, but decided I'd head up to Pittsburgh for a little while, visit with some people. And you know what? It's pretty nice being back for a little while, getting to see some things again, getting some fucking Beato's pizza. Oh my fucking god.
Dude, the whole road trip, all the driving across the Midwest through a blizzard and through several blizzards and all the fog and crazy shit that I went through. Because the entire Midwest, I was in a storm. From like before Denver till after, like, well, actually, no. From about Denver to about Pittsburgh, I was driving on the head edge of a storm. So I was constantly in and out of just blizzards and snow and just fog and like shit. You couldn't even see the sky for several days. Until or a day about, I think. Let's think about this. It took me about a day to get from Prim to past Denver. I want to say. Something like that. And then it took me probably another day across the Midwest because I was taking my time a little bit up until that point. But once I hit the Denver marker, I basically just long hauled it straight for Pittsburgh. Just realized my keyboard had disconnected, so I jiggled the wire so it'd come back to me. Not that I need it for right now, but
Just because I thought it'd be neat. But even if I don't make it there today, and I don't get to spend New Year's there, then so be it. It would be neat, though.
honestly, if I really wanted to, I could have just said fuck it and long hauled it from there to Vegas and probably done it in the day. It would have taken a lot of driving, but I could have done it. I've done longer stretches of driving before. So it's possible. I just didn't. And like I said, I had a general idea that I was going to head south, so I could go around some of the mountains that I'd already seen and see a little bit more because I wanted to see the redwoods. I really wanted to see the redwoods. So I said, screw it. And on my way to Mississippi, I stopped in the redwoods, which is where we are right here through the videos, obviously. And from there, it was just you know what, fuck it, kind of vacation. I'm like, not that far from San Francisco. I could go see the Golden Gate Bridge. Fuck it, let's go do it. You know what? I'm on the drive from here. Maybe we'll go to Vegas. Fuck it, let's do it. I fucking did it. And honestly, the fuck it trip, best road trip I've ever taken.
But it's quite a drive from here. I think that's like 14 hours or so.
About 16, I think, when you factor in traffic and stuff.
Look, there's just no way for me to portray the scale here even close to accurately. Like, you've seen these signs. That's a root ball. That's the bottom of a tree we are looking at.
That's a massive fucking tree.
That's nuts. It's so soft.
Yeah, the moss was really crazy soft.
It almost feels like antler.
It
Very
actually
firm.
does. It's firm and it's smooth.
The closest thing I can compare it to would be antler. That's the closest feeling that I have.
I still don't have a better
From out of
comparison.
range
I've thought about
that
it,
I can
but
say,
it's about the
"Oh,
same
this kinda
texture.
feels like that. I can't think of anything better.
I mean, the moss was like a pillow. It was lovely.
These
I'm
are
just glad I didn't get any
accessible
ticks.
areas. I mean, there's plenty of other forest out here too. I imagine there's things out here that some of the rangers may not have even seen, just because there's so much of it. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, because it's a jungle out here. Yeah, it's a jungle out here.
Old song references, baby.
Wow.
Also a reference to the
That
TV
looks
show
like
Monk.
a rock. That's a piece of tree.
It does look like rock, though. It's not petrified or anything. It's still tree. It just looks like rock. Has the texture
Over here
looking
looks
of
like
rock,
a
but it's not petrified or nothing.
section, because this, I think, was up there at some point. You can see. See, I always used to count it by these, but I guess you're supposed to count it by the middle part.
Technically, the lower
And you
you
kinda
cut the
can't
tree, the easier it is to count the rings.
see the rings, and some asshole did that. Don't do that. Don't be this person.
Or people.
You can see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's a lot of rings for what little you can make out through the muck. But each of these little striations is another year that this big beautiful thing has been alive, or was alive. It's still alive in a sense.
I mean, there's
Because
moss
everything
and
else around
plants.
it's alive. That's absolutely incredible. Look, you could probably duck down in there if it got into really bad weather or something. If you really needed to.
Be a good place to
Of course,
camp, I would think.
campground or anything else for that matter, but look, I might have to try and bring my nieces out here. My nephews too. See if we can't organize a big old family camping trip out to the redwoods. Because honestly, I think they'd go gangbusters.
Honestly,
my
it's
nieces
so
would.
cool.
I unfortunately don't know my nephews as well as I should.
I don't even know one of my
I've not
nieces as
spent
well
the
as I
time
should.
to be an uncle for them.
Most of her growing up life so far, I've been out here in Washington State.
More than they deserved. I should have spent more time with them, but
I meant to say they deserved more,
wow. I did.
not more than they deserve, which implies something else.
And I thought 45 minutes was a long way to drive, and I was wrong.
But I misspoke there, so I'm going to correct it here. To be respectful of people, I tried to just stay quiet when I was walking past them. Not trying to listen in on their conversations or anything. I'm just trying to be respectful of the fact that, you know, they're there.
Morning.
They made eye contact. I said good morning. If they didn't, I left them alone. Pretty much how it goes.
And this is where we started it. Or where we originally discovered it. Because we walked that way. And we started the loop on the other side. This is the first signs we saw to see it.
Yep.
So we're
Almost back to
now.
the
Probably
ranger station.
2/3 of the way at least. Look, it looks like a whole tree sprouted out of the tree.
As it
That
did.
is incredible to me.
I still think that's one of the cooler ways the branches work.
I cannot tell you how wet my mustache is right now. It's like
Like, it was actually sodden. Like, I could probably have wrung my mustache
it's
out
not
kind
even
of
like
moist.
snot or nothing gross. It's literally just
Moisture.
that it's that moist out here, and my breath is very moist. And the humidity point in the air is probably pretty high.
It was.
So there's not really room for breath to escape into the air, so it condensates on your face. And the good thing, though, it's probably good for your skin.
I don't know.
Keeps it hydrated.
I think so.
Yeah, putting my shoes in sport mode was a mistake. I could feel it eating into my foot down there where that strap is right there.
I usually walk with that middle strap kind of loose. They don't flop around on my feet very well or anything when that's doing that. I just don't need it.
Tripping and falling can hurt you. Put you down for a lot longer. See, there's that bench that I saw earlier.
And again, I would prefer to walk barefoot in most places. That's why I like sandals. They're about as barefoot as you can get while actually protecting your feet from the world around you. Because people are gross and they leave needles and glass and whatever else. Bits of metal. But this place was pretty clean. I would have absolutely felt confident and safe walking that path completely barefoot.
Look, this used to be a lot, and it's cut off here, but it was probably taller than that, which just keeps going up. Ooh, it's almost dizzying. Look.
Still feel that way.
There's not a good place for me to set my phone to try and show you contextually what we're dealing with here.
I tried. I don't know how this turned out, actually. I didn't actually review it to see if it turned out good.
Find a spot.
But I did kind of...
I will try and set my phone down, sort of walk up by one of these trees. This might work. I don't know if this will work. Try it. I don't know if you can see this.
Good. Came out good.
It's me just by the bottom of a tree.
Yeah, my gut always sticks out the bottom of my shirt like that. It's hard to find shirts long enough for me. But that was literally me back against the tree. That's just how big some of these trees are. I'm not a small man.
It's a nice little trail, though. Nice and flat. For the most part. Yeah, we're almost back. See, that's the visitor center there, I see. I'm gonna go thank them and check out inside there, maybe get a water bottle for the rest of these hikes. I'm probably gonna need it. Dude, that's even bigger than the tree I was standing next to.
Honestly, it is. It's ginormous. I probably should have gone over there and seen it up closer a little bit.
Here's the first sign we really came across.
I think they probably should replace that sign, honestly.
Probably use a little replacement.
Yeah. If only just for professionalism's sake, but it is still a nice sign. Probably just expensive to replace.
This little branch here on the right goes back to the...
But it's mostly rotten.
Center. Boy.
It was a walk, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I'd love to check out some of these other trails sometime.
Yeah, honestly, I'm still planning on going back someday.
If I'm lucky.
Ain't got nothing to do with luck, my friend.
I could spend weeks out here, man. Literally weeks.
All it takes is give a damn.
The amount of time I could spend out here.
Or a willingness to just say, fuck it.
Thank you all for watching along. Seeing the... Look at that.
Stop letting yourself hold yourself back. You want to go see this shit? Just go fucking do it.
Love you all.
Don't think about it.
I'll see you later.
You don't even have to plan it. You can fly by the seat of your pants. Take it one thing at a time. But if you set the goal and you say, I am going to go see the Redwood Forest, and you set a time, I'm going to go see the Redwood next week, and you start now, go do it. Doesn't matter where in the world you are, I guarantee you can find a way there. You wanted to see it really badly enough. That's one of the things this road trip put in context for me. If you really, truly want to do something, you can fucking do it. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter how hard it is. You can fucking do it. Get the fuck up. Go fucking do it. I did it. Look what I did with this road trip. I was just moving across the country. It didn't have to be a scenic trip. I could have just long hauled it straight through, not looked at a goddamn thing. And been perfectly happy to do so. But I didn't. I took my time. Right up till Denver. After that, I just fucking hauled it because there's nothing to see. But it's worth it. 100% it's worth it. It's gorgeous. This is that Klamath River overlook I was talking about earlier.
Ocean.
When my audio was fucked and you couldn't hear a fucking thing I said. Stopped at the Klamath River overlook after I saw Prairie Creek. I went up here, saw this, and then figured on the way back I'd stop at Big Tree, which I did. I also needed gas, and Klamath just happened to be closest gas station. So I was like, fuck it. I'll go over here to the overlook while I'm here. Because, you know, it's probably really scenic. I will tell you, the road leading up to that place is fucked. It is like lumpy, bumpy. It may as well not even be paved. It is in rough fucking shape, dude. It is like winding up the side of this windy hill, and it is in rough shape, and it looks like it's gonna just fall off the hill at any given moment, and it might. But the lookout itself was absolutely breathtaking. The video does not do it justice.
This is my first time seeing it. I don't know what that little blarb is there. Yeah. You can't see a little bit more. It looks
Like
something's
right
down in the
there.
water. You can see it little bobbing its head there.
Still not sure
I don't know
what that
it is,
was.
though. Even on maximum zoom, it's really far out there.
Could be a rock.
I don't think it's a whale. Could be some kind of porpoise, maybe, or a rock. See it out there, though.
Still think it's a rock. But I could be wrong. Could be a porpoise.
Man,
But there's a lot of rock there, so I'm not sure.
This is worth the trip.
Yeah, honestly, this viewpoint was one of the better points. H-Star. Good baby.
I'm gonna tell you, the road getting up here to this lookout is sketchy as fuck.
And then there's me repeating
Like, it looks like
commentary.
you're gonna fall off the side of a cliff, just staring at it. And we are up on a cliff. It is gorgeous, though. Look at that.
Because this is actually the first time I'm looking out at the whole Pacific Ocean. Because when you're in Seattle, there's the bay there, and that is the Pacific Ocean's water. But it's not looking at the actual, like, Pacific. I hadn't actually gone to the full West Coast until this trip. And this was the first time I actually stopped, other than that beach, to really look at, like, the scale of the Pacific, especially from a high up place, because you can see out further and you're like, ooh. Because, like, I've seen the Atlantic Ocean, but it's different somehow. Still pretty, though. 100%.
Doesn't look anything like the Atlantic Ocean.
It really don't.
Much as a lot of folks may think it does not.
They are
look wholly,
completely
entirely
different. The waves are different. The color of the water is different.
My polarized lens of the camera, if you'll be able to see anything special.
You can see a little bit better. Not a ton of difference. There is a little difference.
But hell yeah, buddy. I did it. I'm out here seeing the fucking world. I'm having fun.
I'm still high on life from it. And this was another little video. I think
This
it's
is the
just playing
Pacific
through them.
Ocean.
No.
This is my first time seeing it.
Some more photos of me out here on the overlook. That rock right there, that one, I could be wrong, but I think that's about a mile away, give or take. That's what I would estimate that distance as. From where I was, I could be wrong, but you can see it is something. I like this photo actually. I think this would make a great postcard, even with the cars and stuff in it. I think this would make a fantastic postcard. Now, this is where it doesn't actually show the actual color, because this was like a section of the panorama where it screwed up the color a little bit. But earlier, it actually did show the color change. I was just specifying because this one you could see here is like kind of blurred. This one didn't capture it quite as well. But I did take a lot of these 360 panoramas. Guess this one didn't do a full panorama. I did get to see seals and seal lions, or sea lions rather, a little later. We'll see a distance from. I couldn't tell you which one it was that I saw. I'm guessing some of these big bitches, but it could have been these guys. I don't think it was these guys. But like honestly, it was really fucking cool. Honestly, salmon is one of my favorite fishes, and I won't hear otherwise. It's just so. This is what I kind of thought I might have seen floating out there in the water, but it's hard to know. I never did figure out what was out there, if it was rock or not. I tried doing this thing. You're supposed to hit this, spin it, and press a button. But even when I just did it with both hands and had the button pressed and spun it, nothing happened. It didn't actually like say anything or do anything. Maybe I wasn't spinning it fast enough or hard enough. It's hard to know. It did not work. It was right next to this sign. It was just over here to the right. I can tell you a lot of people broke the firearm rule. I saw a couple of open carries even. But like, who gives a fuck? Long as you're not being an asshole, it is your damn right, and everybody should exercise it. Honestly, I bought so many postcards. I even have a 3D one from the, well, not 3D, but like holographic one, which is cool as shit, by the way. This is from Big Tree, where I stopped to go take a look at, well,
A big tree. The big tree. One of the oldest ones in the forest, to my knowledge. This right here. This right here is what I have a kit to grow, one of these ones. I'd love to grow a sequoia. I'd love to plant a little redwood forest here in PA. Just to bring some of the beauty of it to this side of the world. If I ever have enough money to buy a huge plot of land, I might do it even. It does feel like you're stepping into a primeval like territory here. It is out of this world. Oh, another video.
Alright, we'll walk up and see the big tree. This one. Howdy.
Honestly, these folks you're about to see up here were loud as hail. And so were the kids. But you know what? They were having a grand old time. So I'm glad for them. It was really something. Tried to be respectful and keep my footage, off of people as much as I could, but there were a lot of them.
When they say big tree, they really ain't kidding. Big tree.
Yeah. Man, that thing is huge.
That thing's huge.
That is easily, I think, the biggest tree I've seen. Ever. In person, at least.
That's out of this world. But for context,
I swear it's taller than
is
that
my
sign
hand
says.
practically touching the tree. This thing is like literally a house around.
Small one. A very small one. But a house. Like a townhouse, maybe?
Let me step back away and see if I can see higher up.
But that is absolutely one of the giant sequoias. Yeah. Like I said, I tried to keep my footage respectful. I kept it off of people and their families as much as possible.
Alright, let's see. What can we see? Holy cow. It goes way up there.
That is a sequoia.
What's this say?
I expected these to be, whoops.
Alright, we'll walk up and see the big tree. With my current. What's this say?
These things here, I expected to be like telescopes or have like little lenses of glass in them, and maybe at one point they did, but they don't now. They are just literally a hollow tube you can stare through that's at a fixed point. I looked up through it to see if it was impressive enough to like take video of it. It really wasn't. There was nothing to really see there, so I just moved on. Like I said, if they had had glass or something in those little tubes so you can look up at the trees and stuff
Good one to go.
and see it a little bit more magnified. I could see that as maybe useful, but it didn't have that. I wanted to stay and see so much more of this place and the other trails, but at this point I was also kind of like, sun's starting to go down.
Map
If
this
I want to
circle
see the
loop
Avenue
right
of
here, the
Giants, I kind
Cathedral
of got to
Trees
go. So
Trail.
I was rushing a little
Very
bit
big.
at this point.
So we could take a little.
And again, having seen both
short
now
jaunt back here.
and having the hindsight of the fact that Humboldt sucked and was just not as nice at all to see, I would absolutely have spent more time in Prairie Creek. Might have even stayed an extra day,
Looks like it's a little too
even
much
if I had
for
to
me
sleep in the car.
with my current footwear. But
Thankfully, to the left there is not so bad.
it does look pretty. Let's see here. I might be able to just squeeze past. Oh yeah, it's not actually as bad as it looks. Just had to shove myself into a fern. Not that bad though. Wow, this is actually really pretty back here. I don't want to walk too deep in. Get lost, but Cathedral Trees Trail, according to this, you can see it's right there. We started at that parking lot, so we're just about where that arrow is, I think. We're not going to go all the way back, but it does look like there's some stuff to see just a little ways. So I'll go up a little ways. Looks like some bike trails through here, so people must use this for bikes. I can see why. It's really pretty.
Yeah, honestly, having seen it and looking back in hindsight, Big Tree is definitely much more of like a hiking hike area rather than just a walking trail area.
Okay, I see rhododendron trails on here.
I was just trying to figure out where I was exactly so I could point
So
it
that's
out.
the continuation of the cathedral trail that goes down here. So right there is rhododendron trail. So then that way must be to go to the other trails. Let's walk back here a little ways. Not too far.
Pretty soon here, I'm going to be talking about how Jurassic Park was filmed.
Another section of road
If I remember correctly.
There's still some light, but I want to see this area right here because this looks really cool. So I just want to see what's over here, the other side of this. Oh yeah, I could see this being a really fun hike. This is definitely a place to come back to. Here, look at the footwork. It's not the easiest trek, but it could be fun. This is nice. This right here. See that way a little ways. It's a nice little quiet cubby. Gently now. Gently now. Go down the natural stairs. Now maybe I'll walk over this way a little ways. I think I've seen enough of Big Tree. I'd love to see more of the trails, but I want to see the Avenue of Giants too. There's only so much sunlight. Howdy. Hi. I swear, walking through here, you actually feel like you're in Jurassic Park. It's the coolest feeling. And just look at these trees. They are literally thousands and thousands of years old.
Yeah, these are some of the bigger ones too. I mean, like, damn.
Just a little further. See where that tree is up there? I'm gonna turn around about there and head back.
Yeah, this is the point where I was like, oh, I could go see more. I'd like to go see more.
I would literally love
but
to spend, I don't know, a week or more. 2 weeks, 6 months, a year. Out here.
it'd be worth being in California.
Just checking every trail. Look at that. That's rounder than my car. You could fit probably 2 or 3 of my car inside of that, no exaggerations.
Not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure I almost said cock there for a little bit.
There's a little
Caught myself though.
brook right there. I don't know if you can hear it. Really pretty. All right. The more I hike this trail, the more I want to hike this trail. There's just more to see. So much. So much to see. Oh my goodness. But no, I must turn around. There's only so much sunlight left, and I want to use it to see the Avenue of the Giants.
Yeah,
Still,
fuck that shit. I should have just stayed there and kept
Because if I
walking that
don't, I
damn
will end up
trail.
sleeping in a hotel one more night out here.
Should have.
And then I will find an excuse to just stay. So
Probably should have, honestly.
I must have self-control a little bit.
That place is well worth living in California.
Much as it kills me. Goodness, it's gorgeous here. I hate people. People who do this are assholes of the highest order.
Like, I'm an asshole, but goddamn.
Don't do that. Especially don't do that. Whoever GE is, fuck y'all. I hope y'all broke up. This poor old tree didn't deserve that. I'm sorry they did that to you, friend.
Yes, I did just apologize to a tree. I do not feel bad about it, nor do I feel awkward. It was valid and deserved. Poor old thing. Just trying to stand there and look magnificent as people start carving into it. Assholes.
There's that little grove we were at before. A different angle. There's that little, you can see that one's actually growing up out of or off of that tree.
I still think that's kind of neat.
Life finds a way.
Yes, it does. I think here comes the Jurassic Park stuff. Memory serves me.
If you look, it's a leaf. I thought it was like maybe some mud or something, but if you look close, that's like the veins of the leaf. The leaf is actually just slowly decomposing and turning thin as glass on the branch or log or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that was still pretty cool to see.
These ferns are gorgeous, though.
They really are.
Absolutely gorgeous.
I'd like to grow a couple of them in my house, probably. I'd have to look up the specific species, though.
I can see why they filmed parts of Jurassic Park in the redwoods. It looks prehistoric.
Yep, here we go.
Because it is prehistoric. Screaming children aside. At least they're having fun. Back through the fern.
To be young.
Alrighty. Off to the next destination. See you guys there. Alright, we'll walk up to see the big tree. This one.
See, this was cool. I'm gonna read this part. So I remember reading this. This is one of the few ones that I actually stopped to read. How the redwood came to be, a Yurok legend. Before people arrived on Earth, there was a race of divine spirit beings. I believe that's pronounced Woj, who lived here, and who by their actions instituted the rules and behavior by which people and all other things must live. When humans arrived, some Woj transformed themselves into certain animals, plants, and features of the landscape. The creators, I'm not even going to try and pronounce those two, talked together and did not know how people would cross the river. They had no wood. Then suddenly one of the Woj grew up quickly there. He said, "This is what I came for. I can be used for homes. I can be used for boats. They will make boats of me and cross the river. I am called Heel Redwood. It is good that you grew so quickly. Now people will live properly." It's a very, very summarized version of it. Yeah, look how massive that. You could literally fit like 2 of my RAV4 in that. That is just how wide that tree is. That's not even like the biggest redwood ever. Aha, here it is. Back once. Still think this is a really cool photo. We'll make like a great phone background or something. Yeah, look at these guys. These are the sea lions. Got the sea. I got to see sea lions by the sea. You see here how there's this line going this way and this line going that way, sort of through the waves. That implies there's a rip current. But you can kind of see a little bit some of the photos. This color difference was real, by the way. It was actually much more blue on this side and much more dark on this side for whatever reason. This one is not the camera being used. This is actually how it looked. It was weird. You literally just have this polarizing effect. One side being this bright blue and the other side being this dark G gray that's just I'll actually pull it up properly. Could have done another 360, but there really wasn't anything to see behind. Just gorgeous. You can see sort of... You can see the crossing of the waves here. You can sort of, if you look closely, you can sort of see there's a slight difference in the color of the sea right here going out, where it's a little bit more murky and sandy. It's because the tide's sort of going out with the rip. It's very dangerous, rip currents. They're extremely, extremely dangerous. People die every year. They get caught. How to do? Talk about it.
A little vantage point here. Just to see the Pacific Ocean. And I happen to see these. That, all those little bumps, all of that, that's all sea lions. They're probably a quarter or half mile away from me. And over here, you can see something that's even a little bit more rare, in my opinion. If you look closely, you'll see there's a set of waves that comes this way, and there's also a set of waves coming from that way. And what that does is it forms a riptide. And if you look closely in those waves, you'll see these square patterns starting to form. And you can see all the dirt getting pulled out here into the water. That's why it's a different color. It's because that's a riptide. So the water down there is probably pretty
Or a
precarious.
rip current.
But
They're called both.
Stopped at a little vantage point here.
It literally was just a random spot along the highway. And I think these rocks here, I could be wrong, but I think that those rocks are what we were seeing from the Kamath River outlook. On the other side of this, I think, was the Klamath River outlook. Because this was not far south from there. Not terribly. I could be wrong. This is just gorgeous country, though. This was like starting into the Avenue of Giants. Once I got a little further, this was at a small stop on the road where they have some informational stuff. Here's some of the start of the Humboldt Park, right up north. I think is where we. This sign looks like shit. It's been there a while. It's not well maintained, which should have told me everything I needed to know about this place. But it is really cool. Don't get me wrong. It's nice to drive through and see. I'm sure there's plenty of really interesting things to do and see here. But what little I managed to experience of it, I don't know. I was not wowed by Humboldt by any means. Small dairy farm in Russell, Kansas. 1935, he began his career with the California Division of Highways as an engineering aide. By the 1940s, he was a project engineer for the world's first four-level freeway interchange in Los Angeles and became nationally recognized as state expert on freeway interchange. I imagine that's a misprint, thinking that it was supposed to say as a state expert or as the state expert on freeway interchange design. Although eventually promoted to deputy state highway engineer, Sam Helwer is best remembered for his leadership role as district engineer in Eureka, when the North Coast was savaged by a record 1,000-year flood. Christmas week of 1964. His dedication, compassion, and resourcefulness contributed significantly to the reduction of loss of life and suffering. This portion of the Redwood Highway is dedicated to the Sam Helwer Memorial Freeway. When I see things like that, I like to take a photo and, share it for a little bit. People deserve recognition for their actions. It did the thing here again, except here, this actually darkened the image. This wasn't actually that way. Like, it's that way in some of them, and it actually was that way. But in this one, I don't think it was. I could be. But you see this. This was a car driving past it. Just didn't agree with the okay. Takes the photos. This one I did a 360, and you can kind of see up into the forest here a little bit behind me. See, there's lots of spruce. Really something, though.
Don't know that you can see much or hear much. I'm going to try and record some of this.
So that road sound you're hearing isn't me running over rumble strips or anything. That's just my car. It stopped making that sound at some point during the road trip. I have no idea what caused it. There is still a little bit of a sound now as I drive, but nowhere near that loud. I still don't know what was causing it. I don't know why it was that loud. But at some point in the trip, it just stopped being a grumpy old bitch and calmed down. And I think it started calming down somewhere in after Kansas a little ways, maybe closer to like Ohio. And then once I got into Pittsburgh, it was back to being pretty calm. I still have no clue what that sound is or was.
We're driving down right now.
But it was
You know,
absolutely...
the Avenue of Giants.
Whoops. It was absolutely grating. Because you couldn't even think. You couldn't have a phone conversation. And I had numerous of them while I was along this road trip talking to a few people. Both to pass the time and enjoy the good conversation. But it is... Oh, God. So fucking loud. It really was this loud. It was louder, actually, probably a little bit in person. Because I'm sure Google's technology tries to filter out some of it. My God, it was great.
I don't know that you can see much or hear much. I'm going to try and record some of this. What we are driving down right now is known as the Avenue of Giants. I don't know very much about it myself, but it's one of the scenic drives through Humboldt State Park. And should be some redwoods along here. In a little while here, I'm going to be stopping at a campground because there's a trail there that was recommended to me by one of the rangers in the previous park that they said would be quite nice. So I'll give it a walk while we still got some daylight. If I could better position my camera while driving, I would. But like, the best I can do is like hold it a little bit while I drive, like this. But I can't do that for long. Just a little. But I want you to see sort of scale-wise just how much larger these things are.
All I was doing was
normal trees.
I put my my finger on top of the phone and just tilted it back towards me a little bit from the mount so that it would hold it up just barely so you could see just a little bit more. I wasn't distracted driving here. I was paying full attention to the road. You know, just wanted to clarify. Still don't do it. Don't fuck with your shit while you're driving. It's dumb. But, you know, I really wasn't doing pretty much anything here. No more than somebody would be to turn on the radio or something. Just wanted to clarify.
You feel tiny. You feel like you're in a Matchbox car driving through here. It's nuts. I think I managed to sort of get that to lead just so. No. Well, I tried. But you can still see a little less well than I would like, I'm sure, but you can still see something. Sorry for the really loud road sounds. My car is just loud. Oh, you're going to get a treat here. You get to see some of the fog coming off the trees and stuff. I love the fog out here.
Whoops.
All right, so this... I don't know that you can...
See, the thing I never figured out about this car and it making this sound. Whenever I would go around a big sweeping right turn like this, for whatever reason, it would shut up. Like it would go a lot quieter.
Like, I'm sure, but you can still see something. Sorry for the really loud road sounds. My car is just loud. Oh, you're going to get a treat here. You get to see some of the fog coming off the trees and stuff. I love the fog out here, man. It's so pretty. When we hit that place called Red Crest, we're really hitting the start of the Humboldt State Park drive-through. But this whole thing is considered the Avenue of Giants. It just goes through Humboldt State Park.
God, that road noise is still grating. Oh. God, that's loud.
Seeing if I can sort of finagle it to sit there like that. I don't know how long it'll stay that way, but as long as I keep a consistent speed, it should stay up a little better like that for you. A lot of this is redwood. Some of it's other stuff. At least so I'm told. I imagine there's quite a bit of cedar around here somewhere.
Can you
The
see?
road sound goes away when I make right turns like this.
It has to be a pretty big sweeping turn, but you can hear it. It just
Bearing.
stops. No idea.
Looked at when I get done with the trip or somewhere along the way. No sense asking anybody to look at it on New Year's if I don't have to. All right, so
God
this
damn
is
it.
the map. Don't know that you can see much back down, but at least you'll have it.
I did end up stopping in Vegas to get it looked at. At several places.
And because the first one didn't have time, and the second one wasn't really supposed to deal with commercial vehicles, or rather, they weren't supposed to deal with like normal people vehicles. They were like a semi truck place, but they agreed to, without taking the wheels off or anything, because that would involve liability for them, kick it a little bit and see if they had some thoughts. They agreed probably just a bad bearing. But it's hard to know for sure until you get it open and find out. But again, it's perfectly back to mostly quiet now. All you hear is the engine and the sound of a strap that was on the fuel tank that is now busted. I get replaced. Supposed to go get the damn part ordered on Wednesday. But my stupid ass ended up fucking my schedule up because a friend needed some help, and I ended up falling asleep during the day after I helped them because I had to get up suddenly after only like an hour or two of sleep, go help them, come back, go back to fucking bed at some point, and it fucked me up for like a week. I'm only just now fixing it.
There, the road sound goes away when I make right turns like this.
It's only the right turns. Left turns, still just as loud.
I have to get it looked at when I get done with the trip or somewhere along the way.
And it doesn't even make the sound anymore, so I still have no idea what the fuck it
No
was.
sense asking anybody to look at it on New Year's if I don't have to. Charging an arm and a leg extra for that. I've driven past that guy like 4 or 5 times.
Like, no shit, though. Like, during this day, I actually did drive past this guy literally like a bunch of times. We would just leapfrog. He'd get out in front of me, and I'd get out in front of him, and he'd get out in front of me, and we'd just back and forth all day for like hours.
He keeps passing me, and somehow I end up in front of him again. I still haven't figured it out because I don't remember passing him again. My guess is he had to stop for gas or something.
Or maybe he's a park ranger or something. I don't know what to tell you, but I legitimately, from Prairie Creek all the way down through Humboldt, passed that guy numerous times, and still somehow you'd end up back in front of me again.
Funny that. Have a map that'll show you when we get where we're going. of the state park, and I'll show you some of the things I mentioned along the way, like Red Crest or Wayot. Looks like he's getting off. Well, I wish him well in his journeys, wherever he may go.
I don't remember if I saw him again or not.
Also, you'll notice that the highway walls there, the little stone barriers, are all covered in moss. It's so moist out here that basically everything's coated in moss. The roads, trees, everything.
The people.
It covers everything. It's really cool, actually. Or at least I think so. See, like that one there, them trees there that you can tell is different from the rest. Those two is redwoods.
In 2 miles, take exit 661 toward Wiyot.
I didn't know you could hear the GPS on there, honestly.
I don't know if you heard the GPS voice or not. I have no idea if you can hear me even, because I think it's going through the speaker, and I'm not sure how the microphone on that works, if it's any good or not.
I don't mean
talking anyway, just in the off chance.
I don't mean speakerphone, by the way. I have a Bluetooth speaker in the car that I think had a microphone in it, and I think it was connected to that, which is why it's so loud. But yeah,
Chance you guys can hear this. What I really need to do is get a filming mount for in here.
yeah, no shit though. Seriously,
Maybe I'll do that after this road trip.
maybe someday.
Or future road trips. It'd be nice.
In half a mile, take exit 661 toward Wiyot.
See, there's that humble thing that I was talking about. That's gonna be us. There's the campgrounds near the. Ow!
That one actually did hurt.
Take exit
Better out than
661, then use any lane to turn right onto Newton Road.
It's like a quaint little town.
Use any lane to turn
It
right
is.
onto Newton Road.
My kind of little spot.
Still kind of is too.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Lum Street.
You can hear how quiet it is when it's not being loud and angry on the highway. It's how quiet it normally is.
Oh, cool. Smokey the Bear says the fire danger's low today, so that's a plus.
I mean, it would be if I could stop and have a
You
little.
can see Smokey because he's on the left side of the road and it's mostly pointing towards the right. See if I can't adjust that.
Take the next left onto Lum Street, then turn left onto California 254 South.
Well, that just made it worse. This stop sign, I'll fuck with it a little.
Take the next left onto California 254 South.
Yeah, there was nobody behind me or really around, so I was like, fuck it. This is as good a place as any. Stuff some napkin in there.
It should hold you guys vertical
Ish.
Now that I can actually do that safely. Fuck around with it. Should hold you guys somewhat.
Continue on California 254 South for 1.5 miles.
Oh, here we go, baby. Look, you can see we about to enter the dark. You can see it coming. It's like
Yeah,
a tunnel.
it is like a tunnel.
Oh, baby, here we
That
go.
forest is thick.
Oh, look at that. See what I mean about these trees, though? You drive through here, and they look like just giant pillars of stone. They're so huge. Imagine driving through here in the dark at night. And I mean, I've done it, not in this particular stretch of the woods, but I've done it in another stretch of the woods where there's redwoods just this thick. And it's terrifying, especially on the really windy sections of the road where you got to slow down real good.
Especially because the road goes around the
You'll just be
trees.
going down the road, and all of a sudden there's a fucking pillar in the front of you, and you got to make a turn and swerve around the trees. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, really.
Plus side, it probably slows down a bunch of the drunk drivers if they come through here. I'd guarantee it, but you can see how damn big them trees is. And you can see how thick this forest is too. I mean, it goes dark immediately. Like the moment you hit any seriously forested section at all, it's just darkness. It's almost a shame, really. Pittsburgh and the cities and rivers and towns and the entirety of Pennsylvania really is a gorgeous, gorgeous place. But this place blows it out of the water.
Not even close.
It's a whole other creature out here. I understand why people start seeing Bigfoot. You gotta have something big enough to be in these trees. We certainly ain't. They are huge and we are small.
Very.
It's intense.
They had several points on the road. I don't know if you see it in this one, but in other ones, the road actually has to go around just one tree.
Like size of these trees compared to
Like that one there, you can see is like right in the edge of the road. Like it is the edge of the road.
Absolutely astronomical how huge some of these are. So I've got about a third mile to where we're going. Give or
In a
take.
quarter mile, your destination will be on the left.
Quarter then. So we're looking for the campground. And then I'll follow signs for the visitor center. Because they're next to each other-ish. So it might actually be all in one spot. Somewhere up here.
Your destination is on the left.
It almost sounds like my engine died when I slow down, but it didn't. It's just normally that quiet, and whatever that noise is, I still haven't figured out.
That sign there.
No idea.
It says it's closed, and it's not wrong. I think it is past that time.
Everything closes at
The
4.
trail isn't
weirdly.
far from here. We're gonna go walk, so that's fine.
By the time I get back in this car, it is dark. We ain't even here long.
A little too sharp.
Like an hour? Not even? And it goes from pretty decently bright like this to fucking dark.
Alright, now, I don't know if this place...
Now,
Alright, so this is the map of the whole state park for Humboldt. Feel free to pause it if you need to see things. Turn off this, actually.
that was the speaker that I'm shutting off.
Alright, so this is the map of the whole state park for Humboldt. So this is the map for Humboldt, now that I've turned off that speaker in case that was fucking with the audio. This is all where we're at. This is the expanded version of that, and this trail is what we're probably going to walk.
Well, I wanted to walk anyway.
Give or take. Or try to, anyway. So let me fold this map up real quick. So that part is the part that's visible. Right. Here we go. See you later, car. Alright, let's see.
feel like the quality of the video in this one's not as good somehow, even though it's the same camera. Yeah, that quote there, honestly. From John Steinbeck. Yeah.
So
Accurate.
we're here. So we need to go south.
You have no sense of direction in there. You can't see the goddamn sun.
Trail
It's overcast.
Fleishman Grove Trail, I think it says.
Eventually, I just figure out that, you know what?
Some of the signs will.
That's the road I'm using. That's pointing this way, and I figured out that that's where it is. But it definitely took me a little while to be like, how to figure that out. And it took a bit.
Sort of a donor plaque.
Can't see the
This
names
native
worth a
plant
dick.
garden is dedicated to those volunteers who have contributed inspiration and time to the Humboldt Redwoods Interpretive Association. That's neat. It's a little hard to read, but it's neat.
Yeah, it's just silver on silver. I mean, they could have darkened the text or something to make it much more legible. Just use some like dark enamel and rubbed it in like they did here. This you can read. The other one was literally just silver engraving. It was just poorly done.
(912 AD). So this little bit right there is from 912 AD. That's wild.
It's a nice little garden they have here at the visitor center. This place was really nice, actually.
Might help myself to the restrooms before I go home.
I will say that bathroom was fucking a little sketch.
It's hard to read even for me. It's because of the way it is. I'll try and read them for you guys. Time immemorial. The Lolengkok Sinkyone people manage forests sustainably. Area now known as Humboldt Redwoods State Park. 1200s. King Alfonso III plants King's Pine Forest to prevent erosion and for timber harvest. In Laria, Portugal. 1300s. Forest management starts to flourish in Germany. Dates. 1545. The first botanical garden in Europe founded. Orto Botanico di Padova, Italy.
I think I read the top ones and then the bottom ones. I'm not sure.
Begins in Jamestown, Virginia. 1670s. Forest management begins to flourish throughout Japanese archipelago.
Fun to say.
1769. Spanish colonists begin cutting down old growth coasts. Redwoods, California, U.S. 1834. First redwood mill built on the Russian River, California, U.S. 1868. Redwood preservationists Laura Parrott Mahan is born in California.
Yeah, bless them for preserving the forests, quite
1921,
frankly.
Humboldt Redwood State Park is established, California, U.S. 1929. Jack Woodman, one of the last full-blooded Sinkyones, dies, California, U.S. That's terrifyingly sad.
An entire people gone.
Look, there's a little mushroom right there.
Lost to history.
A little web. All right. That's really interesting.
Some genetics still survive, sure, but diluted, lost. I really ought to do one of those ancestry tests. Maybe next time they come up on a
special or something, I'll grab one. Always wanted to find out for sure what's in there because there is supposed to be a lot of different things. Cold.
If I'm moving too quickly, feel free to pause.
It's perfectly warm in here, and then it just got really, really cold in this house all of a
I
sudden.
only have so much daylight left, unfortunately. Oh, it's like little things letting you know what some of the plants are. It's kind of neat.
It is kind of,
Practically its own little botanical garden.
can't really read the signs though.
So there's little
Not in the
sprigs
video
of
anyway.
this right here.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
redwood.
Just a little bit.
Tiny little redwood tree.
Help a little bit. I feel like this would have been a nice visitor center had it actually been open.
Let's see here.
It was the highlight of the park.
Road trip in 1917.
A road trip like the one I'm on.
Wow. John D. Rockefeller Dam. Let's see what's over here.
I think this one was more about the Sinkyone people. Again, I might not be saying that correctly, but I can only, pronounce what they tell me, and they didn't tell me, so I had to guess. Ugh.
Alright, looks like that's the path over the restrooms. Let's go see. I know they're closed, but we can go take a look and see if they've got any maps or things up here, and then I'll go take a look over there.
I like little gnome trees. I don't remember those, actually. I don't even think I noticed them when I was there.
I thought so.
Maybe they weren't there when I looked.
I've
They came up and appeared later.
got that one. I've got that one. I do not have that one. So I will grab those. Maybe two.
Or like 5.
Have some extra.
I thought I had 2, but
Case
there's
one
like
lost or damaged.
5 or 6 of them there. I didn't mean to take that many, but
My pocket.
they were kind of stuck together a little bit from the moisture. So this shrine drive-through tree is the one that I ended up trying to find further down the road that I ended up not liking because it was just a tourist trap. Never saw the mill. But yeah, it was interesting. I would have liked to have seen some of these sites, but none of them were like clearly marked along the road. A lot of them are really weird tourist traps. What the few that I did see, it was strange.
We're gonna go to the drive-through here in just a little bit.
We did, but it was too goddamn dark and closed.
Not enough daylight left to see all of it, unfortunately.
Out of pamphlets, it looks like.
But that just gives me reason to come back, right? See more of it later.
Maybe. Probably go back to Prairie Creek, though. I liked it there. But I might go back and see some of the stuff in Humboldt. You know, spend an actual like day or more just driving about.
All right. That was neat. Looks like they've got another little infographic over here. It's kind of neat.
Place could have used a cleaning, honestly.
More info about the Redwood Coast.
So many of those webs and mold.
More about the other rest of this place.
Not the greatest taken
And
care of place
warning
in the
not to
world.
feed the birds. Or the bears.
That I'm sure everybody ignores.
Okay, though. So now, I'm gonna locate this.
But yeah, that place could use a cleanup for sure.
So this is the map for Humboldt. Now that I've turned.
Did the same thing here where I sort of start and stopped every so often so that I wouldn't lose any footage.
Christmas tree.
Yeah. It was cute.
There's
It was actually a little darker there in person by this
not
point.
much else to see right here.
Than it actually looks
think
like in this footage.
that according to this and Google Maps, over there, well, it's hard to tell. Is
Yeah.
else. Give me a minute to find that, and I'll start the video back up again.
Yeah, my dumbass.
Oh, there's something on the back of this. Hang on. Let me get that recorded, and then I'll do that. Cute.
This is where it starts getting funny. Because it only took me about 10, 15 minutes to figure out, not even where I
I
was.
think this is the trail. It's certainly wide and cleared out, so.
One more. I swear there was one more video.
Alright. I think this is the trail.
It was not.
It's certainly wide and cleared out, so. And it looks like it goes in right next to the sign back there. Right off the road by that closed visitor center sign, so it looks like a trail to me.
I had Google open trying to navigate me to the start of the trail, quote unquote.
Head southeast on California 254 South toward Pesula Road.
Stop. Alright. I think this is the trail. Well, that was annoying. Stupid GPS stayed active anyway. It's not nearly as dark as it actually looks like, by the way. I think I'm walking a trail.
On my phone screen, it looked so dark, but I think it was darkening the screen
If I hit 101, I know I'm
because it was a dark area. So I think it was just making it look darker than it was on the screen. So you're going to hear me bitching and moaning about how it looks less dark than it does on the phone screen. Because in hindsight, I realized that's probably what was happening. It was dimming my phone screen because I was in a dark area. But,
damn shame, that. If only I had a compass. It's just too dark to be able to tell which way's north, south, east, or fucking west.
Does not help that it's not marked.
I know that's north. I know that's north because I came from there. So if that's north, then I am in the right place. Well, that was annoying. Stupid GPS stayed active anyway. Just have to find the trail.
I did eventually find it.
Says it's right here next to the visitor center. Somewhere here. This sucks. Maybe if I walk up the road a little ways, because this definitely isn't it.
Focus, fam.
Maybe
Focus.
the Rangers were here.
Yeah, that would have been nice, honestly. I'd have liked a little bit of a tip. Because this place does not have trails that are all that clearly marked. I will say, Prairie Creek, way
That's
better about that.
definitely
Again, I
weird.
complain about that later.
Why are you not focusing, machine?
Yeah, why it wasn't focusing, I still don't know.
Alright, so if that's not the entrance to the trail, it's clearly not that direction, so it's got to be this way. A ways. It's not a very big trail. I just want to go see the bridge. I have a pretty good sense of
I never
direction,
did see the
all
bridge.
things considered, now that I know where I'm going and what I'm looking at.
And I don't even know if I was on the trail for half of it. But I did eventually figure out that there's a crosswalk behind me a little ways, and that's actually where the trail appears to start. Or a trail appears to start. But I mean, I'm walking on the side of a dark road.
Let's get this campground thing over here. They might know.
Yeah, there's lights on. No one's home.
Alright, so nobody was there. But I saw this perfectly obvious pedestrian crossing and figured we may as well check this out.
I still feel a little dumb for that.
Fucking around, and this strikes me as likely to be the correct way.
Still don't know. Not clearly marked.
On par. So we'll see what this is. It has a symbol for a trail, and I brought, just in case I need it, a little flashlight.
A little flashlight's right.
Not enough to really.
I actually have to manually hold the button in so it'll stay on because it's a pen light.
It looks really dark. So this looks like I'm doing something really stupid for you.
To be fair, on my phone it looks way darker because
that well.
it was dimming the screen because it was in a dark area.
No, I can't.
But it really, I promise you, is not that dark at all. And you're gonna hear me say that so many times. It's stupid.
This little loop here that I want to do.
God, I hope the camera footage is better than this. Like I said, I haven't really gone back and watched any of this.
Sun here. Sure, this may be stupid, and I may be an asshole, but yeah, Fleishman Grove Trail. This is the right one. This is the loop. So, won't take very long.
Tried to aim the light indirectly at it so that you could still read without the glare. But I could only do so much for that.
Because the loop is not very big. Only about a quarter mile to do the entire loop. So I think we're good to go. Again, this may be a stupid choice. If somebody's finding this later and I'm dead, well, stupid me, right? But
God, the focus is so bad.
Don't mind the light flickering. That's just me not holding the button in because this one is not a clicky one.
Not anymore. It was run over at some point. When I found it, it was in the middle of an intersection. Somebody had run over it. And it was permanently just on in the middle of the street.
See, here's the loop.
I still have it. Little pen light.
But I promise you, it's actually very visible out here. If I thought this was the least bit dangerous, I'd have stayed back at the car.
Or at least dangerous for me anyway.
More about the redwoods and their ability to resist fire.
Yep, we had those same plaques, or ones like them at the Prairie Creek place. It is very pixely, and this is on the highest quality that it was recorded in. I mean, this is playing 1080p. It's just, that's the way that the pixels record in low light, unfortunately. Just looks like I'm walking through digital camo.
Looks like this eventually might lead over towards where we were before, actually.
I'm glad I had the pen lights. Without it, fuck, you can't see dick.
Whoo-wee, look at that.
That is a
That's
deep
loop hole.
hole.
That's nuts.
That is a very deep hole.
And again, I promise you, it's really not that dark. Let me do this. I crank the balance up.
That's me fucking with the
Feel
brightness
good.
settings. For all I know, I could have captured Sasquatch in some of this.
Okay. My phone just
The
wants to
entire
record,
time
so
I was
I'm
out here
going
in this
here.
woods, by the way, I felt like I was being watched and followed. Like, I'm pretty sure something was stalking me, some sort of an animal. I'm not sure. I think I talk about it at some point. It was just a very eerie feeling, like that feeling you're being watched. And usually I found that that feeling is correct. So something or someone was watching, possibly following me. Not sure. I didn't hear anybody. I never saw anybody. Never even saw eye shine from an animal. And I looked all over the place. Like, you're seeing the camera stay in one perspective, and I'm looking all over the place. I mean, I'm looking all over the place and seeing things. The camera just sort of points ahead of me ish. But I never saw eye shine, never heard an animal, never heard a person, never saw a person. But I felt the entire time I was out there that something was watching and or stalking me.
It ain't. Let me take a look at that map.
Just an editorial note. So I don't know if I ever
There's supposed
actually
to be a
explained that
bridge
later. I might.
that direction somewhere along this loop. See, there's like a bridge right there. If I fold this up, you can see it better. That's where I'm going, hopefully. Or hoping to go, rather.
Never did find it.
There is a bridge. This cannot be the bridge, though, shortly. You know, despite the fact that I am alone out here, you don't feel alone.
Hey, you really
It's
don't.
neat, actually.
Neat and terrifying.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Sadly, this ended up very pixely.
Yeah. Note to anybody watching this, though, don't do what I do. I'm an idiot. Don't be an idiot. I'm just comfortable in the woods. Even though I probably shouldn't be. I'm going to switch hands. Because I can hold the phone a little bit easier with my left hand. For a little bit more grip strength with my right hand to be able to keep the flashlight up.
Yeah, that spring was providing some serious resistance, I'll tell you what.
Neat. I will read that later.
No, I didn't.
Ooh. Damn, look at that.
Another
That's a
fallen
massive
trees root ball.
I know it's not the easiest thing to see, but it is one really huge root ball. Root ball, sorry.
I did call it a loot ball.
Nature trail. I think that says I'm still on the right path. I still appear to be.
It's not very clearly marked, and there's
Won't
not
go
even
too much
like
longer.
too much on the ground for you to be able to tell whether you're actually walking on a trail or not. That's one of the things that Prairie Creek did way better. They had the trails very clearly marked. They were very clearly the trail. This sort of, you could tell you were on a trail some of the time.
So it looks like we're heading.
Like you can see there's gravel on this stretch here that they've put down to try and make it more pleasant for walking and riding. But
trail. Let's take a look here. Signs of game.
I didn't see any active trail prints,
And it does go this way.
so I figured it was probably
Don't
safe
shoot.
enough.
What I'm
But
doing
this
right
was
now is
dumb.
incredibly stupid, and I'm acutely aware of that. But I think that the river is down here at the very least. So I'll be able to take a look at that real quick. And I'll know if I'm anywhere near this supposed bridge. So If I don't see one up or down, then I'll just turn back and this will be that. But looks like this goes over here. This is the path that something came through at least.
I think this was just a game trail,
That way.
or maybe a small trail that
See a
people have
bridge
gone fishing through.
down that way. I don't really see one up that way. All right,
I could
heading
see
back
through
on
the
trail.
trees better than you can.
Let me hand rest for a second because it's cramping from that flashlight. Again, I promise you, I can see just fine.
It really is dark on the video, though.
But I can. It's really not that bad. Right up here.
Yeah, my hand was not loving having to hold that damn thing. You really had to ratchet down on that button to keep it working.
Back on the trail.
Should have used my other flashlight, which is better, but I thought the pen light would be fine. I was wrong.
The trail should be right up the top of it.
It happens.
There's the route.
But I had kind of forgotten my other flashlight existed in the car, so I just used that 'cause that's what I had in my hand,
Damn. My arm's tired.
or rather my pocket.
Who knew squeezing in a flashlight could be this tedious? But ever the adventurer I am.
Even if you can't fucking see it. At least you have my commentary to enjoy with the pixelation. I'd full screen it, but I really don't think it's going to help any.
Sign. It says nature trail.
I feel like it'd be disorienting, so I'm just going to leave it like this.
There's that first, well, one of the giant root balls. Still hard to see. All right. Not too bad though. I seriously wish that this camera was better at seeing because it's not this dark. It's really not.
It is brighter in person,
It's practically
or
twilight.
it was. But
Really not bright. But
you could not see it on the
unfortunately, it's not
video.
good at
You
picking
still
up low
can't.
light. It's one of the downsides of the Google Pixel.
Yep.
It's just not good at a few things. And one of those things is this thing. My hand is cramping.
Just thinking about being there, I remember the
Things are
feeling of
beautiful,
being
folks.
watched, and I'm feeling it now.
Just so that you who are watching this,
Just feeling it all over again.
what you're
But I
watching.
mean, you literally feel like you are not alone. I don't know what it was.
A bit of gravel in my sandal, sorry.
Bay spirits, spirits of the ancestors, Bigfoot. Something was out there.
You can tell this is the official trail because there's like packed gravel. Should help make it more walkable.
Yeah, that was the only way I could tell I was even on a trail. It was not very well marked.
Nature excursion almost done.
It was definitely not taken care of anywhere near as well as Prairie Creek.
Two other hands.
Not even close.
Okay.
Even the little station there you could see was dirty and dingy, and they hadn't
Big
cleaned it up
redwood
at
with
all.
the little sign.
Had spider webs all over the walls. Like,
Don't be
yeah.
dumb like me unless you're intelligently enough to get along with it.
That makes sense. Yep. That was the tired talking.
Comfortable in woods because I've been hunting for a lot of years. Quite frankly, oh, hey, look, a little sign says ranger station. That's quaint.
Can't see worth a dick.
I'm just tough.
I will say it's like
Because if you're dumb,
footage from a horror game though.
tough.
So it was fitting. I thought about pulling a YouTuber thing, staging a like little scene. This was me turning around because it was getting really strong.
Shut up, phone.
Like I felt something was right behind me,
It's inability to focus.
and I was very paranoid about it. So you'll find that I stop and turn around
because of it.
frequently.
But that's fine.
which is a good thing to do
So you can see the lights
in
up
these
there.
situations
That's
to
the
keep
station.
yourself safe. Because generally, if you're feeling those feelings like you're being watched or being followed, it's generally
Try
accurate.
not to mind the flickering.
The human body, for whatever reason, can sense when it's being stared at. It's been studied by science. It's really cool. But we can feel people's eyes on us somehow. So if you feel like you're being watched and you feel like you're being followed, you're probably not incorrect. It's a chance. Like here, I have no idea. I couldn't prove it. I couldn't see shit.
Like I said, you just never feel alone. Maybe I walk with the spirit of ancestors, who knows?
Yeah, man. It felt like it was getting intense. Like I felt somebody was like real close or something. It's starting to freak me out a little bit.
Here we are, back at the road. Don't need the pen light anymore. Really does no good past this point. Here's the car.
Even right now, just thinking about it, I can feel that same feeling like something's
Nobody
right
that way.
behind me.
Nobody that way.
You can hear them getting a little bit more urgent in my voice. I'm
Yeah, I
trying
was
to
really
move the
hoping for
fuck
bridge,
away
but
from
it's
there.
supposed to be really pretty.
So I'm like
But
certain that there is something. Like I can
I'm
feel
dumb, but
it.
I'm not that dumb.
It's
I'm not
intense.
gonna be that stupid tourist getting lost in the woods. Alrighty. Now we're back from there.
Didn't help the battery on my phone was
Take
kind
a
of
little
dying.
detour to the bathroom. And you guys can see what they call bathrooms out here. I promise you, it's very similar to what everybody calls bathrooms. Whew, but I have seen some very interesting toilets out here. They have some strange designs some places.
Honestly, they do.
Zooks, a little winded.
Good word, Gadzooks. Don't get to use it very often.
Not that decent. Looks like this one's just a combo. Alright. See you later.
Little gross, a little messy.
Alright, so nobody was there. There.
I wanted to
We're
do a
very
little
close to that
recording
drive-through tree.
of the
Let's see
drive-through
if I
tree
can
and whatever, but
light it up a little better for you. It really is some of the prettiest country, though.
that little smudge on my windshield, man.
And I promise you, that camera looks so much darker than it actually realistically is. But man, I can see it on the camera. It looks dark as hell. It ain't that bad. There's nobody else out here, so this won't hurt nobody. That's dark. But even then you can see. It's like I could see the lines in the road even without the lights. But the camera cannot. For whatever reason, it is just not the camera's way.
Yeah, no kidding. It does not deal well in low light at all. Not at all.
Drive-through tree, which I'm still going to go through because it's free to do.
Incorrect.
And, I think it'll be neat. Plus, it'll be the last thing I really catch video of before I go.
I was told
off into the
improper. It
wild
is
woolly
not
yonder
free.
Of, wherever the fuck I'm going. Because after that, I don't know.
I'm very heavily annoyed about it too.
Haven't really picked for sure. I know I'm gonna head Vegas way. You know, probably over to the Grand Canyon would be my next major stoppy stop.
I didn't end up stopping there. I want to go back and see it though.
Aside from just stopping for the night because I'm tired or whatever.
Was at that
Maybe
point
I'll
that I wanted
actually
to make
stop
sure
in
I had
Vegas
enough to get where I was
so
going
make sure I
because
put Pawn Stars
my
places
original
on.
plan was for Mississippi, which was a different distance a little bit. So I wanted to make sure I had enough money left over
Maybe
and
even just drive around in Vegas
get
a
up
little
to
bit,
Pittsburgh
just to see the sights, see the casinos
and
stuff.
such.
I think that'd be real neat.
Because I knew once I got here, I'd be able to work a little bit of
I'll
Instacart,
literally take a tourist lap
and,
around Vegas.
get some gas money and stuff together, which I'm still doing. Just enjoying seeing people, taking my time. Most people don't even know I'm in town yet.
Think about that.
I don't remember that
There
light.
really ain't nothing between here and Vegas to see that I'm aware of. So I'll probably just pick a
I
nice
don't remember that
town
sign glowing
somewhere
in any way, shape, or
that
form,
looks like it's far enough.
or even the light bouncing off of it.
Good place to spend New Year's, perhaps.
In 1,000 feet, your destination will be on the right.
Go from there. Who knows? .000 feet, destination on the right. Okay. Somewhere up here. Look for signs. Drive through tree. There she is.
Your destination is on the right.
So I thought. But you make the turn here because it tells you turn there.
That's what it says. It says drive through trees up this way.
And then right here to the right, you can't even see it because you're coming in.
Blind them from behind.
Before you even get to that camper, there's a little pull-in spot that you go back there. But there's not really great signage, so I didn't notice. And ended up going down this drive here that's just like a street, doing a loop. I assumed that if I went down this street far enough that the tree was down here, because it wasn't clearly marked. So I actually ended up doing like a good mile here of just driving through this random ass backwoods loop, like getting more and more annoyed. Because like I'm like, it's gotta be here. It's gotta be. GPS says it's here. Fucking map says it's here.
This better on a map.
It's gotta fucking be here, right?
Did I not? No. No, I did not. So now we just gotta figure it out.
Opened my phone and there happened to be a YouTube video running.
These look like private drives for like people's houses and shit. So I don't know if I'm supposed to be out here.
I still don't know if that's necessarily a public road or not, but it's not clearly marked that it ain't, so.
Spot where I cannot go any further, and then I will turn around.
It was awkward as hell, though.
It's some sort of little parky road. Certainly some sort of little something something. Unless it closes during the day and it's like behind one of these fences or something.
I was close. My closest guess.
I mean, I would presume all these privacy fences are here to prevent folks from wandering off the trail. I'm following these blue markers, hoping it leads to where I'm trying to get eventually. That's alright. Just some potholes. Nothing I ain't used to.
Yeah, fucking A.
I ain't used to either.
At one point, there's like a section of roadway that's just like flooded.
Find it here before too long. I'm gonna turn me around and go the other way.
Eventually, I end up following this thing around like a loop, I'm pretty sure.
I ain't even seeing a redwood in the distance, so I'm thinking that it ain't this way. Or if it was this way, I turned the wrong way or something.
Yeah, and their rates on the sign too ended up being like 15, 16 bucks just to drive through the tree. I was like, no, thank you.
I don't see no redwood trees. So I don't know where this goes, but we're gonna find out. Have the fun adventure, right? Looks like we're almost turned in a U-turn fully here. This left-hand turn.
Yeah, right here on the left there, you saw the giant.
That's a little watery. Just gently go around the puddle because we don't know how deep the puddle is. Gently now.
The whole middle of the road was just submerged.
Don't go into the soup. Never go into the soup unless you know the soup. Because that could have been a sinkhole that opened up. I would never know. I believe this has now pointed me back at the main way here. There. Alright, we are very close.
I didn't take any more video of it, I guess. This is the little hotel that had the map and everything.
Good. see any damage or anything. Thing looks
It's a nice little
pretty
spot.
solid. Bathroom's nice. Little caulking looks a little gross there. But hey. Looks like I'll have a
That
nice
was some
shower.
okay shampoo and stuff too. I like those dispensers.
Toilet looks like it was clean. Looks like it still has Lysol bubbles in it. This place is pretty nice. Pretty
Yeah,
nice.
honestly, it was a solid room.
Even has a little strange breakfast nook that you have to sort of cross over into.
Yeah, it was awkward. Ended up taking both them bottles of water with me.
Just checking in.
Ended up getting some DoorDash to celebrate New Year's because I wanted a nice meal. That was the last, little did I know, last real meal that I had of the trip. Really, this was some good shit too. By the way, this was fucking delightful. This is the map. See, here's the lobby and stuff where you check in. There's this little restaurant, bar, so forth. I didn't even notice the pool thing. I don't know until later. I didn't even ever end up going to look at it. Then they circled how you get to where we were and where to get to the unit. I ended up in 186 or 158. 158. Or 160 maybe. No, that's 150. Nice little place. I mean, the food looked all right, but it was not up to snuff. It's cold. Mexican Coke just hit different though. Thankfully, I had a bottle opener so I could actually open that. The mac and cheese leaked out. So did the tomato soup. They didn't send any utensils, so I had to roll this lid up into the most ghetto version of just a makeshift spoon to try and use to eat this. I had to invent a way to eat it basically because they didn't send any utensils. They sent random pickles just floating throughout the bag in these wrappers, which was strange. Like you'd think they'd just shove it in with the sandwiches because that would make sense, but no, it's just random pickles floating in the bag. One of them I had to throw out because it fell on the floor, and I'm not going to eat hotel floor food. That's a little bit more for even me. Sandwiches were okay. Nothing to write home about. It was a place called The Melt, which was supposed to be really good according to the ratings and other people, but kind of sucked. This is a giant chunk of grilled cheese. They had an option for grilled cheese croutons, and I wanted to know what that was. Turns out they basically just chop up a grilled cheese and throw it in the tomato soup for you. Soup was okay. There was cilantro in it, which was weird. It didn't taste great. The fries were all right. They were very garlicky. Sandwich was okay. Nothing to write home about. I mean, the mac and cheese was kind of gross, actually. The noodles were overcooked, and the cheese didn't have much flavor. I will say these were some nice soaps, though. Good shit. Here we go. This is where we're starting into San Francisco. I was stuck in traffic. This is Alcatraz right here. But we were literally in stopped traffic to get off to go to the Golden Gate because there were so many people trying to go that way that the traffic was stopped. So I was stationary taking these photos. Worried. It's a nice photo of Alcatraz. You could see it real clear. This is a pretty decent sized sailboat too. This is just really far away because these are like houses type deals. These are not small buildings. This is not a small boat. It's just further than it looks. See some of the San Francisco area. These were again taken while I was in stopped traffic. We would just pull forward eventually because a light that's up there turns out would cycle. We'd move forward a little bit. I'd take a few more snaps while I waited because I had nothing better to do while I sat there for a good 30 minutes to even get off the highway. It took me a while. There was this weird, sketchy ass tunnel. They have one lane through the whole tunnel and it alternates, but there's no light. I don't know how people figured out how to do it. I guess eventually there was just a one side would clear out and the other side would just start through and they would realize they have to not go through. I don't know. But it was fucking weird. And then here's one of the first overlooks. I couldn't really stop. I just pulled up next to the overlook because there was no way to really get out. Due to the way that the overlook was structured and how many people were there. You can see the Golden Gate is actually not as big as you like. It's huge. Don't get me wrong. It's tall. It's a big bridge, but it's not long. I always expected it was going to be like this ginormous, larger than life, massive fuck you bridge. It's really not that big. The Bay Bridge you can see here that goes across and then pops back up and goes across again is fucking huge. I am way more impressed with the Bay Bridge than the Golden. You can see Alcatraz real clearly from there. Got some really good photos of it, actually. As good as they can be, given the camera's limitations. The zoom. So you can see I picked off a little bit of the fuzz. Get more of it later on that night. Random passersby. End up having to park really far away to walk up to this overlook up here. Because that's just how much traffic it gets. And I mean, I get it. It's a big tourist destination. Shit, I mean, I stopped there because I'm a tourist and wanted to see it. But it is something. These old lines running through here. I thought that was hilarious. Another one of those 360 panoramas. I like that my phone can do that. It's really neat. This is one of the photospheres that I took. Where you can literally look 360. And the Google AI is not the greatest at fixing some of the little bits here and there. But it also depends on the photos and a lot of other things. But it gets a pretty damn close picture, so you can see a pretty good idea of what it looks like to stand there in person-ish. This is a picture from a distance. This is my car. This is where I was standing right here before. That's just how far away I had to park and then walk uphill, which sucked, by the way. My fat ass walked for it. Was worth it, don't get me wrong, but man, it did not feel nice. Oh, and there's a bunch of these. Hang on a second. Bunch of these warnings everywhere about how many cars get smashed and grabbed, and how you shouldn't leave any of your shit in the car. So I was like the entire time nervous my car is going to get broke into. Meanwhile, I'm like, I don't have anything worth stealing. Not really. Yeah, man, it was so pretty though. It's an architectural marvel, engineering marvel. The nature there is kind of pretty. More like a scrub grasslands. Can't even imagine what it looked like originally. This is a nearly 360 panorama. This is where I ended up going to go to the overlook of having to walk up this trail. I mean, I took so many photos of the Golden Gate Bridge. At this point, I just had nothing better to... You can see the panorama kind of did some weird shit there. I'm not going to pull the panorama up because this one's not very good. This was an idea born of
a suggestion from my uncle, actually. He said I should take the panorama and turn the phone sideways to take it, and then try to go up over my head and down the back, which I think came out kind of weird, but I kind of like it. It's a good suggestion to try. It was awkward to do. And this was this little bacon wrapped hot dog vendor. They were selling a whole bunch of stuff. See here if it unpixelates a bit. Bacon wrapped hot dogs. They had the buns over here, and I think they had some soft pretzels too. This is one of the things you'll notice with Google's AI and their phones. It fucks up some things in the background sometimes. Really doesn't do them justice when you try and zoom in, especially because it has to like fill in a little bit. So like here you can see normal plants. You zoom in pretty far. The AI tries to sort of interpret the in-between areas, and it really fucks up stuff. That's part of the Google system. From here, it looks like normal plants because it is. It's generating so you can zoom a little further. Some of the background. This is another photosphere I took at the top of the battery. Just think, this used to be a massive, massive fucking artillery gun. And there later is a video, I think, that I took of myself walking through here, talking about it. Hundreds of tourists from all over the place. A couple of pickpockets too, I think I remember seeing. See, this place is kind of wild. That's the tunnel, by the way. That's the Robin Williams Memorial Tunnel. And you can't really see it, but on the going through side where you drive through here and on the other side, but not on this end, is they painted a rainbow around the arch, which I thought was nice. A nice tribute. I think he'd have liked. But you can see it's really, it does an interestingly decent job doing what it does. Nice panorama. You get to see the whole bridge, top of the hill here. This is pretty much every stereotypical Golden Gate Bridge photo you've ever seen was probably taken from this spot. But I don't know, something about the entire area just looks different in person than it does online. You can see it's a big bridge. It's just not as big as you'd expect it to be, being a wonder of the world, you know? Like, I don't know, expected it to be way bigger in person. It's kind of not as big as I thought it'd be. See Alcatraz more. Tried to get some images of the hillsides and the boats. You can see here the Bay Bridge. Goes over to this island here, and comes back up again. You can see San Francisco. And this building is actually in GTA San Andreas. So are some of the other buildings in the skyline. They've added to it since then, obviously, but yeah, I wasn't trying to take pictures of this person. They just kept stepping in front of me when I was taking photos, so I said, fuck it, just kept going. There's just a lot of tourists taking photos, so I was like, fuck it, it's fine. Pictures of this countryside. I like the water, how it like shimmers here. Really pretty.
Another photosphere I took. This one was like an Instagram model or something they were talking about. And then this group kept going around taking funny poses and photos. So did this one. Yeah, you can see them again. And what happened here is I took the down photo, and then she moved over to here. So then when I took the second photo, and I was like over of this angle, so it's odd because people were moving. So that's why you see random cut off limbs. A lot of people were leaving trash around up there. It was rude as hell. But okay. They got one of those fences that's covered in locks. Hundreds and hundreds of locks. Some flags too. Some of them had writing on them that I couldn't quite make out. Now, this fence is supposed to stop people from going around, but it didn't do shit. People literally just climbed around the outside of it to get around. No one gave a single shit.
All right, so I just want to document my experiences out here so I can share them with people. See that little white dot right there? Right to the left of it's me. That's my car. And then we're going to go over here. That's Alcatraz right there. Sorry about the focus. I'll see if I can zoom in a little bit. It'll be a little bit grainier, but it's the best image I can get you. Then this is the Golden Gate Bridge. We're up here on Battery Point, Spencer. That's what this place is called. Pardon. And up here, get you some better views. You get some of the actual gun emplacements here. This was where one of the guns was. There's another one over there and over there. And this was actually a little military encampment. Probably videotape all the way back to my car, honestly. But there's also a little lookout place that people really ain't supposed to go, but they do go. Because they didn't exactly do a good job preventing them going that way. I'll show you over here.
Honestly.
You'll see people down there already, probably. It's a little steeper of a drop-off than I'd have liked. I'll go over here. There we go. Now I can actually step off. You can see down there, there's people at one of the other little emplacements. The bridge itself's really pretty. You can see a lot of the surrounding area. Leaving a little sailboat down there. I also took some photos up on that mountain, or at least one or two, from about where it looks like there's like a little thing right there, I think. This is where I was roughly. Then up here you can see some more of the hills. It's hot up here. And that sun is bleeding down. It ain't too nice, I'll tell you that much. But I'll walk down through the little fort here in a second. I just want to take a little sojourn to this side.
Another good word I don't get to use often. Sojourn.
See, there's a little bit about the place, asking you not to go off path. People do, of course.
A lot.
Tourists be what tourists be.
Tourists and locals, quite frankly. Place is in shit shape.
And yeah, I don't really think of myself as a tourist. Because yeah, I'm out here seeing the sights, but I'm being a lot more respectful.
Sort of.
Tourist generally has a bit of a negative connotation towards it. Okay. Let's go walk down through the fort a little. Be a nice way back.
I find that most people hate tourists. I pause here to let them take their photo. Like I said, I try to be a bit more respectful.
See, I can even pause for people to take photos. I'm not going to get in the way. I'm not going to be rude. Pardon me, folks. Oh, these are old wood stairs. It's a little sketch. You can feel the whole thing shaking.
Yeah, there was some motion
This
in
would
the
have been where
ocean.
a gun was placed. Another one would have been placed over there. And another one right there. I think they were artillery cannons. From what I saw in the images, they didn't look like anti-air emplacements of any kind in the photos. So I think that this was most likely, just based on what I can see here, an emplacement against enemy ships, mostly.
Yeah, there. I didn't see
Defensive
any anti-air
fortification. It's no
defenses.
longer- well,
Doesn't
clearly
mean they
it's
didn't
very much
exist,
no longer in
but
use. It's probably not been in use for decades, if not a century. Looks like there's some knowledge up here on the wall. Let's see if I can get a little bit of that. Can't wait to get back to my car. I'm awful thirsty.
should have taken a drink with me. I didn't.
Says for over half a century, this was one of the most strategically important sites guarding the Golden Gate. Completed in 1897, the battery was named for Joseph Spencer, who had been a major general in the army during the American Revolution. Wow, the American Revolution, damn. It was armed with 3 rifled guns having 12-inch diameter barrels. That means there's about as wide from my elbow to the tips of my fingers wide for the barrel for the gun. The fortification saw continuous service until 1943. Really, that late? When it was declared obsolete and its guns scrapped. Which is terribly sad, but necessary for that kind of stuff to happen from time to time. Looks like these were probably barracks rooms on the left here, or small storerooms for ammo or what have you. Like
Pretty sure those were
fireplaces
barracks
even. So, I would imagine
at some point.
these ones were probably the nicer people, like the officers and
They had their own little fireplaces and stuff.
who got the ones with the fireplaces and the nice shit in them. You see there's a lot of graffiti. From what I understand, they're working on fixing and preserving some of this. Some of this they've had to seal off for a number of reasons, I'm sure. Most of them obvious.
Chiefly because people
Sorry
suck.
for the jingling, that's just my keys. Can't be helped. There's some more of those barracks rooms down this way, which is why I figured I'd keep recording. There's also some industrious folks over here selling food. It smells incredible. Talking
I can
big
still
round
smell
hot
it.
dogs with onions and really good looking buns.
And nice bacon too. It was thick.
Bit of gravel in my shoe. It's the one downside to sandals, man. Okay, here's our little friendly hot dog cart.
At least it's easy to fix. You ain't got to take your shoe off to get the gravel out.
Industrious spirited locals. You got to appreciate it. Looks like that could have been another small gun emplacement, maybe. Same here.
Or flagpoles, maybe.
Now, granted,
Hard to be sure.
I'm not going to be walking through the puddles
swamp.
for a number of reasons, but you can at least see them.
As if they were a tourist destination, right?
There's definitely the more scenic path because you can see more of the views, but I thought It'd be nice to capture this angle. I wish they'd put more things up here about each little spot, and you can see the more emplacements here. It would be nice if there was some more historical information about the place. Like, did they ever fire a shot, for example? Because I don't imagine there's too many people in the world dumb enough to try and hit San Fran. Or Frisco, as some people call it. I'm told some people are really annoyed by people calling it Frisco. I'm told a fella even wrote a book, he hated it so much. And then later changed his mind. But either way.
Also, the home of Rice-A-Roni, the San
See more of
Francisco
the-
treat. Not a sponsor.
Spots in here. This looks like it would have been more of a ammo storehouse maybe, or like that around when there's bathrooms. But this looks like it would have been like an armory or something because it's got the reinforced door. Imagine that's probably where they kept shells and various other things, but who knows? There's no little plaques or anything to tell you really what the place is about. Pardon me. Thank you. Alright, looks like we finally got some more historical information, then we can see the walk back to the car. Alright. Some information about the Golden Gate. I'll hold it here for a second so people can pause if they want to read it. What little they can read. And here's more information. Alright, now we can begin the trip back. You can see some of the bus tours down there with the open tops, like you see in the movies all the time. I was surprised that they're as common as they are, honestly. But they are very common.
Oh, hey, look, it's checkered shirt from earlier.
Alright. Now we head back to the car and hope it didn't get broken into. That's apparently very popular up here. We'll see.
Honestly, it's popular enough that even when I was driving along this road here, I know how I'm pointing like you can fucking see what I'm pointing at like a dickhead. But even when I was driving along this road here and up further back this way, there was broken glass that looked fresh underneath the cars. So, it does happen. The signs aren't lying. My best guess for it, because you see a lot of people, crazy motherfuckers in my opinion, but you know, biking up this where they're riding a bike up this shit. Like, I'm sure it's good for you, but god damn, that's gotta hurt. So I understand that they probably have people that have rolled down it on bikes, see a car that looks kind of nice, stop, smash, grab everything, and just take off on the bike. And nobody ever be any of the wiser. Imagine it does happen a lot because they have to put signs out. But I never felt unsafe or anything.
Pardon?
So, like,
You can see the old telephone poles going across. It's kind of neat. You can see a little bit of the walking trails. Some more of the bridge. And you can see Alcatraz again. goodness, walking up this was a pain, let me tell you. It was no easy walk. Wait till you see from the perspective of the car just how steep it is. It's a lot steeper than it looks. Thankfully it's grippy because there's all this gravel, but it is quite steep. I mean, you can see from here plenty of the hill. You can see some of how steep it is. And trust me, it's steeper than it looks.
You could see it in the
You don't
pictures
really
from
notice it
earlier.
till you start walking up it, and then you're like, whoa, baby, that's steep.
Even walking down it hurt a little bit.
I know I was, but I'm also fat and out of shape, so maybe people with a bit more fitness would be a little better off.
See my keys tapping along.
All right, here we go. Getting closer. Closer, closer, closer.
Used to have a raccoon tail that I kept on my keychain for a long time. It was from this guy, this kid actually. He was young. He was like 12 or younger. He thought it was a terrible shame that there's a law in PA, and that if you catch a raccoon in a live trap, even though it kind of defeats the purpose because of rabies being a thing, you're not allowed to re-release them legally. You're not supposed to. They're supposed to be euthanized more often than not by just being shot in the head. So he thought it was a terrible shame that those animals then just would be incinerated or left to rot or what have you. So he started collecting them and using them, using all the parts of the animal that you could to make sure they didn't go to waste. Which I thought was an industrious thing to do. Weird random fact today. So I supported his small little business and bought a coontail off of it once. It was I love that little keychain. It's a great little fidget toy.
Here we go. Doesn't look like we've been gotten into.
Yep, car was fine.
Alright.
But you can see there's people riding bikes up this shit.
You can see
You
the
could not
hillside
pay
here.
me.
Real steep all the way up to the top. You can't even see where I was standing up there because it's so much further back. You can see sort of the very edge of the fence if you look real close. One last view of San Fran, Alcatraz. Oh, and there's a shipping tanker there.
Yep. Now,
Right, so I'm gonna actually decide.
most of this is just me sitting in traffic. To be real with you. I'll watch it again anyway, but like, realistically, most of this next video is me being confused as shit, sitting in traffic.
Going up through the bridge, or up through the tunnel and then back down. All in.
I was just gonna go up and make it look like it was,
a bit more of a pain to upload.
you know, so forth, but I decided it would be best to do both.
Best camera angle I can get you, unfortunately.
That most of this is just me rambling and sitting in traffic.
Traffic just backs up because you can't see it, but up the hill to the left there and around the back is where you go up to the overlook, and it's just a one-way loop. But there's a thin tunnel up there that's so wide, that's barely wide enough for one car to fit through at a time.
Yeah, after the tunnel, it turns into a one-way.
And
They go up the
alternate
hill
which
through the
direction's
loop.
going which. I didn't see a light or anything, but somehow they know how to alternate. But it causes traffic backups for that. Because people are getting off the 101 to go different ways over here. So they don't go across the toll bridge, which is the Golden Gate, because the Golden Gate is a toll. But they also go
Look at me talking like I'm a tour guide.
Parking, and it creates this loop. I know because I've sat through it earlier to go up the overlook.
God, I want to skip it so bad.
One of my headlights is currently weird. It's working, sort of.
I'm gonna just skip a little bit of this, honestly. It's literally just me rambling to try and fill the silence while I'm sitting in fucking traffic. I just...
So like right here, I theoretically could go around this guy. I'm not gonna, because it won't take us that long to get through here. All right. Well, that was.
That happens several times.
The tunnel we were about to head back up through
There's that road sound again.
is the Robin Williams Tunnel, actually. I didn't know it was named that until after I went through it. And I looked at it on Google Maps trying to figure out how to get back up through it so I could record coming back down through. And I found out when I did that it's the Robin Williams Tunnel, actually.
Not clearly posted.
Which I thought was really cool.
Honestly, I think they should add some signs to both sides.
But just you wait. I promise it's worth it. Or will be, anyway. I hope. You see it painted a rainbow over the
It's not the best done job, but they did paint a rainbow on this side and on the entrance of the other side. It's not painted on the exits, though.
there. Which I think is a nice thing. It makes the tunnel look really good. Sorry if there's a bit of excessive road noise, but I will do my best to get good footage for you so that y'all can enjoy this for time and time to come. This way I figured you get the experience of both directions. I caught you that time, you son of a bitch. Tried to run away on you. Turned on my damn wiper blades, it did too.
Now, if I remember correctly, I don't actually get the part where I go back down again in this one. I think it has to go to another point. Mostly just me rambling in traffic while I drive. Ended up the wrong road. Trying to figure out how to turn the fuck around and get back on the highway because I turned off the wrong spot.
Like. So, I mean, I guess I learned that.
I think I ended up in a second video here. Just desperately trying to figure out how in the shit do I turn around.
Come back up, right?
Yeah.
You guys get a much more interesting video.
Yeah, not really.
Right. So, I figured my way back up now.
I did find my way to turn around. Eventually.
This should.
It does.
Right up back around the corner.
And you can't really see it, but on the right here, there's a dude broke down.
You can't see it on the video, but there's a gentleman off there to the right in that parking ride. His vehicle appears to have overheated. It was spouting and mounting steam, and it was burbling. Alright, back up we go. I don't know which side we're going to need to get off on the bridge. I'm going to just keep to the right here. Actually, I'm going to move over one the right, because this right-hand lane actually is the one that goes back down on that loop. So I don't want to be on that.
Yeah, that right-hand lane turns into nothing but just stopped up traffic.
Onto the Golden Gate Bridge. See, there's the name too. I just didn't see it earlier because I was focused on looking down into the tunnel. Rest in peace, Robin Williams. Good man gone too soon.
Agreed.
See, that's why I didn't want to be in that right-hand lane. So that's the one that goes up the hill. Alright, it says the tolls on the bridge are automatic. I'm guessing they just scan your plate, find your registration, and send you the toll in the mail.
Exactly how it works.
So we'll see what happens with that.
When eventually my mail gets forwarded to where I'm at now, I will get the toll in the mail, and I will be more than happy to pay it. And I'll hang the toll on the wall as a souvenir, maybe. But you can see how this all just
People here that wanted to get in at last.
backs the fuck up, and these assholes decided that they were going to wait and get
These
all the
people-
way up
These are
and
assholes. These people right in front of us,
dickheads.
assholes, holding up the whole traffic pattern because they are assholes.
Yep, I'd honk too. Fuck these guys.
Trying to get
If that's
in
you,
at the
fuck
last
you.
second. That's why they say California drivers are the worst drivers. But you see how it had that effect of going through the tunnel? You just open up and the Golden Gate Bridge is right there. It's fucking magic. I loved it. When I saw that the first time, I was very happy.
Honestly.
Assholes. First class. Look at that. Coming all the way up here to the end trying to scooch in faster. It ain't getting nowhere faster. They don't know that because the traffic's all fucked.
Nah, they'd be better off just sitting in the right lane further back. It really ain't helping them none. You're going to sit there just as damn long. And this will be us going across the Golden Gate. Now we're on it. Technically.
Here we go, across the Golden Gate. Changing tires prohibited. Yeah, you better hope your tire doesn't go out on this fucking bridge. That would suck. I'm
Yeah, it would.
scared.
I don't like heights. You can see they got gates up there to prevent people going up top.
Baby. But if people can ride a bike across it, I can certainly drive a car across it much quicker. I'll just go about the speed limit. It's about as slow as I feel comfortable holding in this traffic pattern. Take our time and just drive across.
Speed limit on the Golden Gate's 25, by the way. Ish.
Look at it, baby. This thing's beautiful.
It says 45 there, but according to Google, it's 25. So I don't know who I trust more. But you see what I mean? It's a really short bridge. Like, you're not on it for very long. It's really cool. It's pretty. But it's short. I mean, really. You know, there's a person that lives near this bridge. At least I think it's this bridge. And they spend a lot of their time, because they're retired now, I think it is, at one end of this bridge with a sign, trying to talk to people as they go by. And they do so to try and help talk people out of jumping. Because this is an unfortunately somber location in a lot of ways. And I don't mention that in the video, and I probably should have. But a lot of people, unfortunately, choose to take their own lives here at this bridge. And I would like to observe just a moment of silence in honor of those who, um, unfortunately, died too soon. Okay.
Oh, yes, this is where you pay the toll. Alright. Don't make no never mind to me. Guess you just grabbed your plate. Not real sure.
Yeah, the signs say do not stop, so I did not stop. Aside from having to slow down there.
Looks like you can pull over here.
Yeah, there's a little tourist area, actually. There's like a
Try
small
and make
fort.
a right here. See if there's a little spot I can pull off and
There is.
see if I can't find another overlook. Further up,
Mostly just me sitting in traffic rambling.
find parking.
Yeah, you don't end up actually seeing really anything important. This is a little infographic. Bunch of infographics here. Different infographics and maps. You can see how big them guns are. I don't think the Golden Gate was even built in 1776. I could be wrong. I may be wrong. But I'm pretty sure that was like the American Revolutionary War, and I don't think we built the bridge until like much later. I could be wrong. So they probably should have just clarified. We were here before the bridge. Not implying that the bridge has been there for that long. Just another little fortification. You can see where the guns were and stuff. Did a another 360 panorama. Actually, you can see I was getting a little sunburnt just from being out there. Got a little color from that. That's where I was taking the photos from earlier. This is a photosphere, I believe. This one I'll actually stop it. This person stood there and basically the entire time I was there just standing and staring and watching. Same as me. I think I added these to Google Maps for some of these places. I might not have. Go back down. There we go. This is the Golden Gate. And this was us. I think this one was the one where I finally actually went down it. This was mostly just me rambling. And some other bits of downtown traffic. This would be me going across the Bay Bridge. So I'll do this one, and I think it was this one where we actually went. So you can see it. Took us a long time of sitting in traffic to go up there.
Down the street we go. I might have to edit these videos back together.
Yeah, it was long.
Turn right to stay on Lombard Street.
I was getting pissed. By the time I got to the top of the hill to be able to go down this thing, I was fucking bent. I'd been in stop and go traffic for like an hour just to get to the fucking hill. It was intense. And it's really short too.
Low gear for this. It's not so bad. Sorry their headlights are a little bright. I'm trying to let them get a little bit of a lead. They keep slowing down. But this is us going down Lombard. Which honestly,
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Columbus Avenue.
It was pretty, but it was much shorter than I thought it would be.
This is a cool street.
I like that little house there, though. Little Tudor-esque look to it. I dig it. It's totally what I'd be doing, too. I'd be sitting there people watching. Pretty Christmas tree you can see there in the background in that one little window up there. But so many TV shows and movies showed this place. Figured I'd check it out at a recommendation from a relative. It was nice, actually. It was worth being stuck in traffic.
I will say this is awfully cool.
But, like, fuck me. I swear to fuck, I was sitting in traffic for an hour just to get there from the Golden Gate. It was intense. Because it was bright and sunny when I first started from the Golden Gate. And it was not by the time I got there.
Exciting going faster, but it's not really possible.
Yeah, you can tell somebody was having some fun right there. Street racing rally, maybe? I don't know. I thought maybe there was more to it, but then there is not. That's the entire video of me going down Lombard. I think this was me recording up to the bridge. Me bitching about somewhere here, I think, is me going across the Bay Bridge. Oops.
2 lanes to take the I-80 East Bay Bridge ramp to Oakland.
Here, this will be us going across the Bay Bridge.
So we're just gonna stay.
Use the middle 2
Right where
lanes
we're
to
at.
take the I-80 East ramp, then merge onto I-80 East.
I'm gonna just follow this motherfucker in front of me, and hopefully we end up in the right place.
One zipper merge into another zipper merge into another zipper merge. The traffic pattern here was a nightmare.
Because of the road noise.
Continue on I-80 East for 6 miles.
6 miles. Damn. God, I hope I'm in the right lane.
Not a fucking thing marked. It drove me nuts. On all the bridges here in Pittsburgh, all those joists above us, all of this, there's signs all over a lot of them to tell you where you're going. But this is the Bay Bridge. We're currently over top of the San Francisco Bay going across here. Told you, it's a big bridge, man. This place is nuts. I think once it hits the island, it turns into a tunnel and then goes back to being a bridge again.
Says I'm staying on this for 4 something miles, so I don't know what lane is the correct lane, but I hope that I am in it. I think we're already almost across the bridge, damn.
So far we've already gone about 2 miles on the bridge.
Because there's 2 islands on this bridge, if my memory is correct. So we go across this first one, then we go through this tunnel, and then there's a second island, or a second opening rather, and a second set of bridge. At least that's my memory and understanding. Whether that's entirely completely accurate or not, well, we are about to find the fuck out. Today is the day where we fuck around and we find out.
This bridge is really pretty. But again, I'm more impressed with this bridge than I ever was with Golden Gate. But I'm also less impressed with bridges overall than most people probably are, because I literally live in the city of bridges. I mean, we compete with Venice for the #1 most bridges in a city anywhere in the world in Pittsburgh. We have something like 400 and I think it's 50, somewhere around the 450 range, I think, for bridges. Venice is still the world's like only floating city, I think, but we beat Venice for the number of bridges. We're still on the bridge, by the way. We haven't come off the bridge yet.
It says in a mile I need to make a right. I don't think I'm getting over. So we're just gonna go straight and GPS can figure itself out from there. That's what GPS is for. Up, I can get over here. Can I get over one more? Awesome. Looks like I'm looking for exit 8B. So I get over one more.
And I actually use my turn
That's
signal.
8A.
Looking at you, BMW drivers.
So I just need to stay on this till 8B. Damn, 5 miles of front, not 5 miles, 5 lanes of traffic, and 2 for the exits, man. They got a wide traffic pattern here, I'll tell you what. That is kind of cool. That's not something you see a whole lot of places anymore.
In half
Or
a
at all.
mile, use the right 3 lanes to take exit 8B toward I-580 East.
At least know where I'm from.
Alright, so there's the right 3 lanes. So we should be good, right? I'm gonna keep you guys with me just a little longer. Just a little longer.
We're finally off the
We
bridge,
find
by
what
the
this
way.
exit's gonna do to
Use the
us.
right 3 lanes to take
Because
exit
I think at this point we're all kind of invested in what's going on. What's it?
Continue for 46 miles.
I think what happened was my phone storage got full and it just ended the recording there. I had to fix that when I stopped here, actually, which is in Palm Springs, something like that. Something Palm. Las Palmas, that's what it is. Las Palmas, I think this was called. This is a Walmart in Las Palmas, I think is what the signs said. This was just a cute octopus plushie I was sending to somebody. And saw late at night something. I was out driving. Some photos. This turned out to be the moon. I thought maybe it was like a hot air balloon filling up, but no, it's actually a blood moon. I had to pull over and get photos and stuff, but this is actually like a blood moon. That it was so weird because it looked like it was a lot closer than it was, and it just looked like there was like a hot air balloon filling up on the side of there somewhere. It didn't make no damn sense. Started actually calculating my gas mileage a little bit, which roughly worked out to 22.5 just because I got curious what I was getting. I went back and checked it. It's roughly about 22.5. And look what I found. An actual fucking payphone. And it worked too. I'm pretty sure it had a dial tone. I was tempted to make a phone call, but I didn't have any quarters. That's going to shock the newest generation even, because they haven't seen a payphone. They don't exist. This is about the place I was driving through Boron, right before I ended up near Prim. Now, this is pretty funny.
Alright. Got ourselves a nice little...
I hated this about these hotel rooms in this casino. For whatever reason, they linked the exhaust fan to the light, so you couldn't have the light on without having the exhaust fan on. It was fucking grating and annoying. Oops.
Nice little hotel.
I like the
wallpapers at the top. This is clean enough. Looks good.
I didn't realize this, but them soaps were in there because somebody else had used the room and had stayed there a few days prior, or a day prior or so, and they hadn't cleaned the room out. So those shampoos and stuff were in there because somebody else stayed there,
and they hadn't cleaned the room yet.
Accoutrements and
And this right here, I'm going to skip past because this paper right there actually is the exit statement for the previous tenant. And it has their personal information on it. So I'm going to try and skip past that. But that's how I realized that this room hadn't been cleaned yet. And the windows are fucking gross.
hard to tell, but this place has a fucking roller coaster built in.
It does. It's off season, so it was shut down, but it does have one. And it is built in.
Don't know if it works or not. Fuck me, I'm tired though. Driving all fucking day. I'm so fucking beyond.
That little pocket knife is my little my
done.
sandwich cutter.
I raced the
All that
sunrise
one's
in
for.
Mojave, though. You can see it still ain't up out there yet.
I did beat the sunrise.
Beat the sun. Cleared the Mojave.
Sun went down around San Francisco, and I got all the way to Prim outside Vegas before sunrise.
By my damn self. Don't
From
let
San
nobody
Fran.
Never tell you can't do it. You can. Do anything you damn well please. Look, we even got a nice little art and shit. King ass bed too. Nice.
Can't go further in that video because thankfully it's so pixelated you couldn't see his info there. But they did leave the previous guest's info available for me and anybody else who wanted it. And they did not clean the room at all. So, yeah, it's gross. If you want to call this place and complain, by all means, I left a fucking Google review. Because fuck them. The staff weren't even all that nice. Friendly-ish, I'd say, at best. This is a nice 360 panorama of their parking lot. Roller coaster. Buffalo Bills. Right outside of Vegas in a place called Prim. Sure, at one point this place was really nice. This was room 2.
Just got to my...
And this is another thing you'll notice. In the first video, there's basically no towels. Because there were supposed to be this many towels, but the previous person used them and they never replaced them.
New room.
Because I complained that it was dirty, and you see, here it's actually been cleaned, so the fresh stuff is here. I ended up sleeping in the dirty room because housekeeping or nobody would answer the phones. So, and there was nobody at the desk when I went back down, so I couldn't do anything about it. So I literally had to sleep in a dirty room for the night because there was just nothing to be done.
God, I wish that wasn't all connected to the same switch. But this
Yeah,
one looks like it's actually been cleaned
Right?
so far. I mean, there's not like smudges and shit around here. There's not toothpaste in the sink. Like,
Yeah, if you look close,
I
there was
expected
toothpaste
much,
in the
but I was
previous
at least
one.
Expecting a clean room. I was too fucking tired last night to give two fucks, but like at the same time, there weren't even towels in the previous.
I did
one.
try to call. They just
Whole place
weren't
had been
answering their
cleaned out,
phones.
basically by the previous tenant, and they never actually cleaned the fucking place in between.
Which is disgusting.
Plus, the front desk wasn't answering last night, so I was just kind of fucked into it. So,
But this place, you can tell the bed's nice and made.
But you can see this is
Scuffed
still
up,
just
but
as scuffed up and whatnot. But that's not critical.
you can see outside through the...
Yeah, it's food. It's like food. I bet you I could probably get that off there myself. I might try
I did not.
just to see if it comes up. I bet this place gonna get one interesting Google review.
Fuck yeah, they did.
But hey,
Also, all the lights were in this little crack right here. You can see outside, and outside can see you through it. And it ventilates, so it's letting in cold, frigid air or hot air during the summer. It is not well done. It's probably costing them a shitload of money on heating and cooling bills.
now I have a view of the pool.
Pool
I'll
looked
tell you, that's
nice.
probably
I
gonna be
couldn't
the
use it though. It was too damn cold.
season. Although I could ask if the pool's heated.
I never
If it's
did.
heated, that might not be bad.
But also, you could never speak to anybody because they were either not at the desk and you'd be waiting forever,
I'd get bathing suits.
or whatever.
I do not own one.
No, I do not.
All right.
Haven't had cause to own one in a long
At
time.
least this is a little better. Looks like there's a
Rubber band or a hair tie or something. Never did figure out what that was. I just left it
Still
alone.
not, like, great.
Still in rough
But it'll
shape.
do. I mean, look, you can even see the mirror kind of a little streaky. Shame
But it
the
works.
hotel that can run a casino can't afford to clean their rooms. Look at this. You can see outside from inside
See?
the room.
You could see it in the other one too.
What a joke. What an absolute joke. But hey, it's an adventure, baby.
That it is. They also had this little, please don't use our water sign, which I thought was kind of funny. Here they are. I thought these were in here. Didn't see them earlier, but you can see the sections of the trip it recorded, but it didn't record getting to Buffalo Bills. I don't know why, because I was using it, it just didn't record it. But I went from Bakersfield up through here, and then up into Prim, South Vegas. It was a really pretty drive, by the way, what little I could see through, though. The intense fog.
Look, this is something I've never done and may never do again, but I wanted to capture it.
This was just something really dumb and silly.
Probably even remember these exist. They've never had to use one. But, like, come on now. Look, shirt's kind of wrinkly. Want to look nice. So I decided, since they have an ironing board here,
I had to wear a work shirt because I was out of everything else clean. But they actually have a fucking iron.
And you know what? It's a skill I remember.
They had a fucking iron. So I actually recorded myself ironing a shirt just because nobody fucking uses them. I don't know a single person that owns one anymore. Like, it's not something you ever need.
It's not a very useful skill.
But I just thought that was funny, so I recorded it.
Alright, we're going to the top floor. I don't know what's up there.
I like the jeweling that they did on this metal. I once saw a guy who finished a gun bolt that way. He did it by hand with sandpaper. It was really pretty. You cannot see anything from the top of the thing here. I'm tired of the beeping. I really don't say anything all that important. We're just going for a walk around the casino. And all I do here is go to the top floor of the casino because I was hoping I'd be able to see out and, you know, see the world a bit. But you can't. There's no windows in the hallways at all. So it was just, you know, the top floor of a casino, nothing special. And this is the casino floor. They have a giant artificial tree. This track that goes through here that I assume is probably attached to the roller coaster. And I'm sure is loud as fuck when it's running. During the peak season. Here you can see this is part of a log flume ride that goes through there that actually has targets you can shoot at. This is the shirt that Clyde was wearing when he got killed. As in Bonnie and Clyde, because they have a little Bonnie and Clyde museum there. See all the bullet holes? That's the actual car. The actual bullet holes through the actual car. Two mannequins of them. Some little history about them. It was a nice little tourist attraction, but it's so small. There's really not much there. Just a few little bits of this and that. I just thought it was neat, so I took some photos. Nothing particularly interesting. And nothing that's not available to be seen online. But they have the actual Bonnie and Clyde car from where they shot them to death. And some Bonnie and Clyde slots. Death certificate. Pictures of the firearms. Various other things. Nothing terribly great. Some news articles, picture of them dead. This is just another photo of another one of the cars they have on display there that does have some bullet holes in it. I'm assuming that this one belonged to the police, or maybe it was one of the other getaway cars that Bonnie and Clyde used. They don't have a plaque, so it's impossible to know. They also had a random wagon. Some wanted signs inside of one of the little ride things that I thought were funny, so I took some pictures. Then they have a short little infographic about Bonnie and Clyde. Just them talking about Bonnie and Clyde. There's a whole video. I didn't stay there for the whole thing, so I really didn't want to sit there and watch it. I knew a lot about Bonnie and Clyde to start with. That's a picture of Buffalo Bill, I think. Wild Bill Hickok. They had a picture of Fluffy on the wall, so you know I'm taking a picture with Fluffy. Reba. A few other people. My boy Snoop. Gotta love Snoop. They had a fucking Zoltar machine. I didn't have any actual cash, so I couldn't use the damn thing, because that's a card reader, but it's broken. I didn't end up playing any in the casino, because I didn't like their casino very much. It was all digital mostly. The only physical machines that actually had like spinning dials and shit in them for the slots were the Bonnie and Clyde ones, but I just wasn't feeling it. I was thinking I would gamble in Vegas, but then I never stopped. I was thinking about going to Good Springs. This was the Denny inside of the casino, and this was the only thing on the menu they had left. I asked for like almost every other good-looking thing on their menu, and they said, "Oh, sorry, we're out of that. We're out of that. We're out of that. We're out of that. We're out of that." Until finally, this one they had. It was actually good. I'd eat it again. 10 out of 10. Good shit. This was fantastic, by the way. It's like apple pie in a bowl with ice cream on it. It's hot and delicious. This is a picture of another nearby casino from the parking lot. I never actually ended up going over to check out any of the other casinos. This was the building that the hotel rooms were in. My first room was somewhere about here. My second room's on the opposite side of the building. And this was a Vegas police car that I saw at the first tire place I stopped at to get my car looked at. And I thought that their symbol was really nice, like with the crest and the little filigree here and the points of the star. I really liked that. So I made sure I got a picture of it. I thought it was cool. Still think it's cool. And then this was further along the drive as I started hitting the snowstorm that I was mentioning. I've never seen these before, but they reminded me of this old one they had at the turn of the century where they had one Oreo cookie on one side, one Oreo cookie on the other. It was like a foot of Oreo cream. They had those very, very limited time. This was some of the stuff I saw at some of the stops that I've made. Just did a few of the random truck stops. Nothing particularly fantastic. Then you see here, these are the plateaus and stuff out near Vegas. This was at the truck stop. I think I fucked up the first one was what happened here. Yeah, this was the one I fucked up. Then there's this one. See more of the mountains and the plateaus. This was coming into Colorado. Actually, this was Colorado. There was really nothing else to take a photo of between there and here. But I'm pretty sure this was coming into Colorado. You can see the plateau here. I just thought was really scenic and pretty. So I pulled off here to take some photos. I just thought it was really pretty. I still think it looks so cool. The ridges and they neat. And this was a gas station that I stopped at. I love the look in my eyes here. I don't remember what I was thinking. It had me so concerned. Or if it was just that I was trying to squint to avoid the sunlight. Here I did those spin photos that I was mentioning earlier. This was right in the middle of the start of the Rocky Mountains, I believe. And I just thought these plateaus were really something. I wanted to make sure I got some photos. Just look at that. It's gorgeous. This isn't the kind of stuff you get to see just every day. Short video I took of me standing there. Video of me driving through them. Trying to capture some of the pretty. And then later on in the Rockies, this is closer to Denver, where I stopped at a viewpoint where you could see some really nice stuff. This was that Eagle River place that I mentioned stopping, where I spoke with the lady there for a long time. I thought this was the prettiest thing, how these mountains have red in them with the snow. Just, I don't know. Just for me, that just tickled my fancy. I loved it. Another 3D photo. This is in the valley. You can see the mountains just disappearing into the fucking clouds. This is just a random little viewpoint / truck stopover. It was so pretty. Absolutely breathtaking. From here on, I didn't really stay in any hotels after the Vegas one. I just stayed in the car. So if I needed to sleep, I would just find a place to pull off and see myself to sleep. These were them donuts that I got at that place called Mavericks. My God, were these good donuts. Like the perfect cakey donut. They have this really thick but delightful icing that's not too sweet with mint in it. It was just marvelous. See here some more information about the place that I stopped to see this one. This is the story of the tunnels, though. This is cool as shit. Now, I take close-up photos here in a second, but I mean, one of these has close-up photos. Here we go. So, there's a lot to read. I actually read through this the other day. There is actually a lot of really cool information. What they used to call the tunnel, because you bore a hole through the mountain. And this is some like history levels. And I took these in reverse. Why I did so, I don't know, but I did. I like this quote. We went by the book, but the mountain couldn't read. It's a really interesting story. I would actually like to see a documentary made on it, or like a dramatized, that's the word, movie adaptation. I think it would be really cool thing to do, actually. You can see here the ice and stuff that's coming down through. Which I thought was neat. They were using dynamite. So the Johnson bore is the second tunnel. They're right next to each other, but there's one, and then there's the other. One's for going up, the other's for going down. And the going down, I believe, is the Eisenhower, and I believe that going up was the Johnson bore. But it is marvelous. It is an absolute marvel of engineering, and a really interesting story. Yeah, it's really, really quite something. They had a little museum inside with some pictures and some little displays for local events and stuff, which I thought was neat. All sorts of quaint little displays from local businesses or local schools, things of cultural importance. It's literally one of those cans of oxygen. Thought this was a nice mural. I don't remember why I took that one. I think I just slipped in the phone, took a photo. See, there's some lovely photos. Nothing terribly much to talk about here. Just showing. Wow, I took a lot more than I thought. This was a lovely little dish set I would like to have myself. Some really big animals they had stuffed. Some really cute little baubles and bits here and there that I thought were really something. I really liked these pendants. I just didn't have the extra funding for them to justify it. These are so pretty though. These lanterns. Oh my. It's really pretty local artist stuff. They had some really fantastic options for postcards here. It's the best selection I've seen in the entire road trip. They had so many of them that it was so hard to choose. I couldn't, so I took photos of all of them so that I could have them for later because I couldn't decide what ones to get. There were so many of them. They had a bunch of different little displays throughout the place. Little puppy dog. They had a people mover that ran through the mountains on a cable car, which I thought was really cool. Historically, you could see there's just so much, and these are some of the brochures and things that I picked up along the way that I thought were interesting. Figured I'd share them. Not going to spend too much time pausing for each one. Not all of them need terribly much explaining. People can always pause the video if they want. You see, this is one from Humboldt. And history, infographics, things like that. I really wanted to go see Fern Canyon, but didn't take the time to do so. One of the things I want to go back and see. See the maps more. I opened up the whole map. Took some photos. Moab was really pretty to drive through. I did it at night, so I didn't get to see everything. But absolutely, Moab is visiting worthy. It was gorgeous to drive through, even at night, with fog. Honestly, gorgeous, just breathtaking. This is just some of the destinations you can see in Colorado and surrounding areas. Colorado was easily one of my favorite places. Probably second or third, I'd say. My first favorite was obviously the Prairie Creek section of the Redwoods. That was easily my favorite place in this entire road trip. Look at that little puggy. Oh, so cute. This was a nice little booklet. I still have it. I have all of these brochures in a bag in the corner of my room. Someday I might put them in a display box or something. Actually got area map there. So I drove along this road. You can see a lot of stuff from the road because this is very flat out here. It's also very flat. So I got to see some of it. But there's also a YouTube video about a guy who took a small Jeep type vehicle that you like one of those. It almost looks like one of those little kids' vehicles, and said, "Will it make it to Moab?" and took it on a road trip, and actually ended up making it to Moab, which is fantastic. It was an amazing journey to watch, follow along with. If you were of a mind to, and you want to go on a wild ride with a guy that's just batshit insane in the best possible ways. I absolutely love him. I respect him. I would love to buy a copy of the Journey because he sells them on a little 3D printed USB that looks like the car he took. But I don't have the funding for it. Sometime though, I will buy one. But I recommend going and looking up the YouTube series. Will it make it to Moab? I would say his YouTube name, but I don't actually remember it. It's a little odd. It's very distinct. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. I didn't go to all of these places, but I grabbed the brochures because I figured it would be good for trip planning later if I ever wanted to do an actual like trip. This was one of the places I chose to stop for the night, and this is how I slept in my car. I sat in the passenger seat and stuck my feet across, put a little curtain up so I could just crash. I was tired. By this point in the road trip, I think I was somewhere close to Kansas-ish. See, that's one of them donuts again. Seems like some of these are a little out of sequence, but this is what I was driving through for a good portion. And there's times when it was a lot heavier than this, and there's times where it was a lot lighter than this. And there was times where you just couldn't see the fucking road because it was so foggy and snowing that you just had to stop. But I kept going, got through it. This is the snow globe, or fog globe as they called it. This is the one expensive thing I bought along the journey. There's that tree growing kit that I mentioned. Look at this thing. This is the most unique little snow globe that I've ever seen in my life. It was well worth the money that I bought for my family, Ed and Melissa there. Look at that. So unique. I've never seen something like that. And it looks just like the fog looks through the trees. It looks exactly like it's supposed to. I probably should have continued the video till it calmed down. This thing was just so cool. I still think it's probably the coolest thing I've bought in this entire trip. I think that's the last. Yeah, that's the last thing. So now you've actually seen the trip. Now I'm gonna go ahead and end stream there because I was supposed to go do some stuff today. So I better get to that because I wasn't planning on this taking 6 hours. I thought for sure this would be like a 1 hour journey and then I'd take a little journey into some video gaming. But apparently it has taken me 6 hours to go through all of this, comment, watch stuff. And what a wild journey it was. I think the entire trip took something like 9 or 10 days. It was well worth it. I 100% recommend it. Maybe fly into Denver and then just travel west, see it from that direction, and then just travel back the same way and leave from Denver. It's fantastic. 100% recommend it. Take your time, enjoy yourself, because money will come back. Money will come back. Time will not. So don't let yourself tell yourself that you can't do it because you can't. I guarantee you can. I did it. I did it by myself. I didn't even have anybody with me. I just said, fuck it. I'm doing this. I'm going to go across anyway. I might as well have some fun on the way. I was going over to Mississippi anyhow. Still might be heading there soon. You never know. But I think I'm going to travel a while. I'm going to just stop here in Pittsburgh, recover a couple of months, get some finances built into me again, and then from there, probably go a traveling, have some fun. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. And you know what? Sometimes the most fun way to do it. Just fly by the seat of your pants and just live life wild and have fun while you can. So we're going to go ahead and rate Darkin. Darkin's a good entertaining. Thank you all for tuning in. If you did. If you didn't and you missed out, you know the VOD will be available and it'll be on YouTube eventually. I love you all. And remember, as always, chat, don't forget to love each other. Sometimes each other's all you got. Peace. I'm out.